Recording in progress.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the July 20th, 2022 CWCB board meeting. It is 10:01 and I will call the meeting to order and begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We are going to start with a proposed change to our agenda today, and that is to move agenda.
Emma Reeser was helped out with that with a Rio Grande Headwaters Restoration Project. Special thanks to Bethany and her husband Kurt for putting together the float tour. I used to be a rafting guide, so it was anytime I can be on the river is a good day, and that was really special to be able to do that and really hear how the Valley is really working hard to look at enhancing outdoor recreational opportunities too. It's really fun to see, to say the least. And then also on that river tour, we saw some great examples of low head dam challenges, and we actually had a river portage at one point, but it was awesome to see how the valley is just everything. The Valley has a great water tie-in, whether it's ranching, farming, recreation, environment, towns, economies, everything is tied to water. So it was very special, to say the least. And I know that my team wants to get out and visit other parts of the state too. So any of you are welcome to help put together a tour for us and we'll show up, but that was really awesome. And thinking of tours, just a few weeks ago, the governor was able to visit the Eastern Plains and was able to visit the Perkins County Canal in Julesburg as part of the Eastern Plains tour. And he met with farmers and ranchers, was also able to meet with members from the Republican River Water Conservation District at the former Bonnie Reservoir site. And so it was a great experience for him to get out there to really see, the impacts on the ground if a canal was actually, built in that region. We are also working extremely hard on wildfire mitigation, and we're expanding our co-swap program. You've heard me talk about that before, but that's our Colorado Strategic Wildfire Action Program. So we had an event was that last week or the week before with the governor announcing that we've already divvied out $13.3 million of funds, and that was out of our $17 million package. And these funds can be spent on federal, tribal, state, county, municipal land, you name it. And we were at an event in the Evergreen area that highlighted the work of the Mile High Youth Corps. And so for that co-swap program, just to refresh your memory, it's really a partnership potentially, like we're adding more capacity. So we're adding a lot more folks that are currently involved with the SWIFT crew, and those are the Department of Corrections wildfire fighting crews. And we have a few of those locations around the state, and we're really working to ramp that up. And that's just an awesome program because it really trains people that are incarcerated right now to be future, firefighters, and they do tremendous work. And then we also work with Colorado Conservation Corps and Youth Corps, which in my opinion are kind of like the next generation of conservation leaders. But we were kind of highlighting all the work that CoSwap has done. I just want to rattle off a few numbers for you that I think are really amazing to hear. So we've had over 2.6 million on 17 projects so far using Colorado Youth Corps, nearly $3 million on 19 projects across the state using the DOC SWIFT crews. We have over $200,000 on 3 mitigation training grants. We have $100,000 on 1 mitigation project using non-accredited Youth Corps conservation members. We've spent $7 million in 8 counties for the landscape resilient investment. And then we had 22 projects in what's called RMRI landscapes, Rocky Mountain Restoration Initiative landscapes. So, and this is a great partnership too with the State Forest Service and also the Colorado Fire Prevention and Control. And so we're also working obviously very closely with US Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management. So super excited about this. This is kind of unique in the country, and we're really looking through a lens of protecting life, property, and critical infrastructure. And obviously critical infrastructure is water as well. A few other events I want to highlight. It's been a very busy few weeks, but just yesterday, the governor announced 43 different organizations received grants that totaled over $1.8 million for our brand new Outdoor Equity Fund. And so these funds can be used for programs intended to change the system, including supporting Black, Indigenous, people of color, LGBTQ plus, people with disabilities, really looking at accessibility challenges too, and really making sure that doesn't matter where you live in the state of Colorado, what your background is like, we want to be able to get you outdoors. And so and there's a huge amount of need. We actually, as I mentioned, the grants, we had $1.8 million to spend for 43 different organizations, but we had 170 different organizations apply for money and the requests included $10.8 million. And so that just shows that there's, tremendous amount of need. This funding is associated with the lottery. And so there's a tiered program of where the funds go. And now this Outdoor Equity Grant Program is kind of one of the preferred entities that get money. And in the future, we're expecting about $3 million annually to support this particular program. As you know, you're all obviously board members of CVCB, but of course there are other boards that are part of the Department of Natural Resources. For oil and gas, we have a couple new commissioners. I just want to share with you who they are. First of all, Brett Ackerman. You may recognize that name. He's the former Southeast Regional Director for Parks and Wildlife. Yeah, Director Feld, I think you've worked with him very closely throughout the years, but he was appointed by the governor to serve on the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, really serving as a person knowledgeable about wildlife issues. He spent about 22 years with Parks and Wildlife, so we're excited to have him in this new role. I know Parks and Wildlife is sad to have him leave, but I'm glad that he's still part of the DNR family. We also had Michael Cross get appointed. He is a person that fills the substantial expertise in oil and gas. He has significant commercial and industry litigation experience representing clients on state and federal administrative litigation. So he'll really bring a lot of expertise. So Brett replaces Priya Ninjapa, and then Michael replaces Bill Gonzalez. And so that's the change there. We also have a couple new commissioners for Parks and Wildlife. And I don't know if you were going to mention that, Rob, but okay, good. Okay, so we have Gabriel Otero from Fruta, and so he'll serve as a member from the Western Slope, and he currently works for the Wilderness Society. He'll fill the sports person seat, so he's a very active hunter and angler, and he'll be wonderful. He's really excited to be serving this new role. And then we also have Richard Reading. He is from Denver. He'll be fitting the role of representative at large. Rich is the current vice president of science and conservation at the Butterfly Pavilion here in Denver. And so he's really also really excited to hit the ground running, and we actually have Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting tomorrow and the next day up in Edwards. So they'll be up there for their first meeting. And then another great program too that was just announced that's also brand new, similar to when I was talking about other grants with Outdoor Equity. Just last Friday, the governor and the first gentleman were joined by Parks and Wildlife community leaders to highlight the work of this new Bear Aware grant program. And so there's $1 million that was associated with this particular grant as a result of HB 1326 that passed in 2021. And there were let's see, we had 29 different entities that applied for the grants in 4 regions of Colorado. 11 different projects were selected to receive funding. So this is everything from like homeowners associations can apply for a grant, for example, for bear-proof canisters, or it can be for kind of bear-aware programs, but ways that we can minimize conflict between bears and people, and so we're really hopeful that we can continue this program, and it's really a cool program. I don't know, Rob, if you want to add anything on that, but yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good for water at the end of the day too. Okay, and then also we have the Colorado Geographic Naming Board, and so the next meeting will be August 18th. They're really spending the rest of the year focused on derogatory names that are pending before this board. They're hoping to bring up the proposed name change of Mount Evans by the end of this year. So they're likely going to address that, I think, probably in October or November. State Land Board really had a record operating year this year, bringing in revenues of $206 million for fiscal year 21-22. This amount, slightly more than 102 million, will be distributed to the BEST program, Build Excellent Schools Today, and then more than 95 million will be reinvested into the permanent fund. So that's really associated with increased oil and gas activity. The infrastructure bill, we are working really, really closely. We have, you've heard from Nate Pearson before on my staff, but we're really, again, looking at how we can leverage and look at every opportunity there is to bring in federal money. Next, I'd like to move to Ibcc updates. We had a really great meeting for those that were able to attend in Breckenridge on June 30th. It was really awesome to see everyone. The majority of the Ibcc members were there in person. We had updates from Emma Reeser, Jason Turner, Bob Peters, who gave examples of kind of like innovative projects that they're working on in their basin. And then we also had an opportunity to hear how some of the federal funds can also be, that can come to the state, and how identified we can work within the water plan and help fund, basin implementation as well, projects in your area. Ibcc members like Melly and Paul have shown how Ibcc can be instrumental in advancing projects. So that's really awesome to see as that as well. And then also at the end, I had a challenge for everyone that wanted every Ibcc member to advance at least one basin project by June of 2013. And we had, for the folks that were there, we had literally like 99% of the people, 99.9% of the people raised their hand, said, I want to be a part of advancing a project that's listed in my BIP. And that was really cool to see, wasn't it, Russ? Like everyone's kind of like, hey, we're part of Ibcc, but we're also like, we're going to take that extra step and really be a leader in my region, in my basin. Also news with Ibcc, many of you have worked with Andy Mueller. Well, he was reappointed by the governor to continue in that role. And then we also have a brand new member, Ernest House Jr. Some of you may have worked with Ernest House. He is a great leader that also participated in CWCB's Water Equity Task Force. He's a member of the Mount Ute tribe, and I really think that he'll be a wonderful addition to that. Also, and just last but not least, really quick, you all received a letter. I know we're going to be discussing this really unique opportunity that's on the agenda to move 17 million from the perpetual base fund to the water supply reserve fund. The governor is very, very incredibly supportive of this transfer, so much that you received a letter from him, I believe yesterday, that highlights that. And so I just want to say that this is a great opportunity because, with the severance funds that are continuing to go up, this is an opportunity to empower, our basins, to advance resiliency, to really work with the challenges that we have in the basins to help get projects off the ground. And I think the timing is really unique. And when you look at this kind of the amount of severance tax we're seeing, but also the infrastructure bill, we're also seeing obviously the basin implementation plans, the water plan draft, and then the water plan being completed by December. This is all, in my opinion, really useful. And being the IBCC chair, I hear loud and clear that, you know, folks want additional revenue to help get projects off the ground. So I just urge you all to take a close consideration of that item when we do discuss that. And then just so you know, for planning purposes today, I'm planning on being with you all day today. However, at 1 o'clock, there's what's called the Wildfire Matters Review Committee. It's meeting at the Capitol. So I'm scheduled to speak 1 to 1:45. So I have to run around that time, and then I'll be back. And then I have to be at Parks and Wildlife tomorrow. So I'm more or less with you all day today. And then maybe last but not least, I got a really wonderful appointment by the Biden administration to serve on a National Wildfire Advisory Committee. So 37 members around the country. And the charge of this particular committee is to look at what recommendations we can make to members of Congress to really tip the needle on wildfire mitigation, fire challenges. And so I'm excited, to say the least, to be a part of that. And then Mike Morgan, the Division of Fire Prevention and Control, he was also selected as well. And your colleague at Denver Water was also selected. And then Scott Miller from Wilderness Society too. So we have a few Coloradans that are a part of that. So I'm really excited about that opportunity. So I know that was kind of a long update. I apologize, but there is just a whole lot going on. And actually, last but not least, this morning, I was with the governor on a really great executive order that he announced. He was in Eads, Colorado, a couple of weeks ago when he was with Kevin and others for this water tour. And he met with a volunteer fire department. And he said, hey, you know, how's everything going? You know, what can I do as a governor? You know, do you have any challenges that I can help with? And they said, you know, hey, well, we're all a volunteer fire department, and we have a lot of folks that are here that work for the state of Colorado. But when there's a fire or when there's trainings, you have to take vacation days to go out and fight the fire. And we're losing more and more people that are willing to be, you know, volunteer firefighters. So he immediately texted me and was like, you know, hey, Dan, can you and your team and Division of Fire Prevention Control and Department of Personnel figure out a way to look for incentivizing to try to have more paid admin leave for state employees that are out there fighting fires? And then he realized that we also have a lot of state employees that are also volunteers for search and rescue teams, for EMS services. And so just this morning, he signed an executive order, just literally 2 weeks after he went on this tour. Talk about acting quickly, to pass an executive order that adds more paid admin leave for state employees that are involved with emergency services. And you may think like, hey, 5 days of additional admin leave, you know, doesn't seem like a huge deal. It is a big deal, and it's something that will help incentivize. And he's really hopeful that other governments will take a hard look at that and do the same, and then the private sector as well. And so really amazing to see him, you know, kind of turn a challenge into action so quickly. So thanks so much. I'm happy to answer any questions or side conversations too, as always.
Thank you, and congratulations on your appointment. Any questions for Director Gibbs? Director Felt, and then Director Boucher. Oh, nope. Okay.
Yeah, Dan, just a comment. Well, one, I heard you mention 17 million in a couple different contexts there, and it's an odd number, but it's a big number, and it's an exciting number. And in the first context, when you were talking about co-swap, I just want to say that you know, the challenges of wildfire mitigation are so big, right? And that can be expressed in terms of dollars and other ways. But when you get a grant, the way you've done this co-swap thing and just really spreading that money out, a grant is both getting the money, but it's also somebody who's in a position to judge saying, hey, good job. You guys have a good plan and we support it. And I just want to commend you on the co-swap program, because I've talked to a number of recipients around the state. They really are all around the state. And to a person, they're just really pumped. And it's a great morale boost in the face of this challenge, in addition to the financial support. So just really appreciate that program.
Yeah, thanks, Director. You've heard me say stories like when I was a legislator, I used to, you know, just lobby like heck to try to get $1 million, whether it was from former CWCB board or general fund or joint budget committee or whatever. And just to think like, it was just like, seems like yesterday, but now we're talking like real money, and that money can be leveraged too. Like, I know you have local funds as well that you can potentially match, but you don't have to match that program. We can come to your community and get work done. So it's really, yeah, thanks for the comment.
You have a place in line if you'd like to speak, Director Boucher. Okay, you can't move your arms up here, otherwise you're in line.
I have a great story about Dan, but I'll do it later.
Okay, we'll look forward to that. If it's tomorrow, he won't be here. So would you like to tell it now? Is it short?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So some of you know I went on the first Boucher family vacation in 2 decades. And when I was on the airplane, the guy sitting on the aisle had my CWCB cap on, and he asked if I was affiliated, and I said I was. And he asked what role, and I told him. And he looked at me and he goes, "Do you know Dan Gibbs?" And I said, "Yes, I know Dan." And I told him a little story about it. And he goes, raises his voice on this airplane, and he goes, "You mean to tell me that you know Dan Gibbs?" And I was like, "Yes, I do." Now I'm going to put on my headphones. It's pretty funny, Dan.
I told Paul it must have been my brother or something. I don't know.
Well, you are quite famous, so where were you?
Secret location.
Okay, good. All right, moving right along. Thank you for all of that. I gotta go back up to the agenda here. Oh, CWCB Director Mitchell, would you like to go next?
Yeah, I have to do a little jab at Director Boucher because I believe that story sounded vaguely familiar to what we hear about you, our national TV star. So there you go. And severance tax expert. So I think we sit at this table with a bunch of famous people. So thank you for bringing it up. Couple things. I know Director Gibbs touched on this, but I want to make sure to highlight it even further that the water plan was released for a 90-day public comment period on June 30th, and that it's going to be available for public comment for about 90 days. So it's available till September 30th, 2022. And we really urge folks to get comments in. I think one of the highlights that I recall from the last water plan was really watching how things changed based on comment, and I think that's something that we all recognize is important to us. That comment has come from the board, and I think there were meaningful changes that were due to that, and I want to applaud both the board and the staff for the work that went into that to get us to that point. There hasn't been a board meeting since the release of that draft, and it is a big feat. A lot is given up in folks' personal lives to get us to this point. I know this because of previous roles and engagement on previous efforts with that. And so I want to make sure that we acknowledge everyone, including the board, who really, this is a foundational document for you all. And it guides not only our board, but the entire state on how we look at water. So the staff is also getting out and talking to Coloradans to plan and gather feedback. So you can always see where they're planning to go on engagecwcb.com. We have 4 virtual listening sessions to hear from the public during the water plan public comment period. They're going to be recorded and posted online also. So if you can't make the events, there's one next week, July 27th, on thriving watersheds. There's on August 10th, 4 to 6 p.m. resilient planning. September 1st, 4 to 6 p.m. vibrant communities. September 28th, 4 to 6 p.m. on robust agriculture. I see Director Sakata taking feverish notes, and I'm positive if he can be in attendance, he will. So watch out, staff. A couple other things. I think Colorado is the land of extremes. We've hearing about fires, we're hearing about drought, but we also experience flood, and it's important to recognize that 2 people died, and several homes were damaged in 3 areas west of Loveland on Friday night. Really want to acknowledge that those deaths were a 36-year-old female and a 12-year-old girl who were camping in a trailer by the river. And we have to think about those lives as we think about some of the work that we're doing. This is associated with the runoff from the Cameron Peak burn scar. And I want you guys to recognize the work that you are doing when you are sitting here, and the impact that it can have. And much of it is in a very positive way. While those 2 lives were lost, I can't help but think about the work we could have chosen not to do, or the efforts we could have chosen not to make because times were tight or we were busy, but we chose to do some things. And I think that's important to remember. We've already allocated over $10 million of post-wildfire recovery money to this burn scar. The vast majority of that has gone to mulching. There's been some federal permitting issues associated with that, and some of that has caused delays in mulching, including areas affected by this flood. I want to highlight a couple things also, that a number of the property owners along the flooded reaches use flood bags filled with sand around their homes. Those likely saved them from flooding. I mean, we don't know what could have been lost without some of those actions, but we know that there were some losses that will have effect on families for decades to come, for sure. But had we not done things, we don't know what would have happened. The homeowners informed emergency responders doing damage assessments that without those sandbags, they probably would have lost their homes. I want to make sure you're also aware that during an update, the Larimer County Emergency Management said that although many people declined these protections, mostly for aesthetic reasons, many of them did it through a grant that fully paid for them to be done. And so that was the NRCS Emergency Watershed Protection Grant Program, for which the non-federal cost share was paid for by using legislatively authorized CWCB funds. So those funds paid for all the non-federal cost share. And so, which encouraged many people to use them that otherwise might not have. I believe it saved properties and maybe even lives. And I think that is something, as we sit here and we think about these 2 days that we set aside and take out of our lives, I think it's important to remember the impact of that. Our forecasters through the flood threat bulletin nailed the forecast on this one. This area was tagged as high risk flood area in the morning of the event, with special emphasis placed on the Cameron Peak burn scar. In addition, it was also flagged as an area of high risk in a multi-day outlook that was issued the day before. So it was well forecasted by our program. The forecast was also then picked up by Out There Colorado. It's an independent internet blog for Colorado in the hours before the flood. And the article was absolutely eerie to read after the fact. In kind of the other area of extreme, this month may go down as the hottest month in Denver history. Right now it's sitting, I think, at number 2. Am I right, Kevin? Second hottest month in Denver history. The average, July average now sits at 78.6 degrees, and second to only July 2012, which just sat 0.3 degrees higher at 78.9, and we still have some days so that are not calling for real cool weather. And I think that's important as we think about also impact of the work that we're doing. Kevin also wanted me to remind everyone that we're moving into that peak flash flood season. You all remember that the flood of 2013 was September timeframe. But history indicates that the last week of July, first week of August are when Colorado experiences the highest likelihood of flash flooding. So be careful, be safe, share it with your friends and neighbors, and make sure that when folks are getting out there that they are prepared and know what's happening, know where to look. So that's part of our role also, is getting that message out. A couple other interesting topics I want to talk about. I know there's a Colorado River agenda item, but I want to highlight a few things prior to that, really, so that you can hear where I come from on some of this work. You probably recall that the Commissioner of Reclamation testified before the House Natural Resources Committee on June 14th, saying that the Basin states needed to take action, additional action, to conserve 2 to 4 million acre feet of water to protect critical infrastructure at Lake Powell and Lake Mead. An interesting tidbit of information, that testimony occurred just an hour before the Upper Colorado River Commission met, where we looked at how much water has been being used over the last few years. And I want to make sure to highlight some of those numbers as we talk about what our response has been to Commissioner Tootin's call to action. But eerily, the first report of the day from the UCRC was the numbers that have come out. They're not numbers from Colorado or the UCRC, but Bureau of Reclamation numbers showed that between 2020 and 2021, Upper Basin water use had decreased from 4.5 million acre feet a year to 3.5 million acre feet a year. That really is showing that we are on the front lines of climate change. We are having to immediately respond to changes in hydrology. There are impacts to that. That means that there are changes that are happening on the ground in real time. And I think that's a testament to how we administer water within the Upper Basin. I also want to highlight an additional kind of note. You probably have seen reports, and I know I let this board know that we would be sending through the Upper Colorado River Commission a letter in response to Commissioner Tootin's call to action. So on July 18th, the Upper Basin, through the UCRC, transmitted a letter that outlines a 5-point plan in response to the call from the commissioner. I want to give some highlights from that. First being a system conservation pilot program reauthorization. The Upper Basin states have decided to support federal legislation that would reauthorize system conservation through the remainder of the interim period. No changes to that program, just a change in the date to allow us to be able to use that as an option. The goal would be to provide draft legislation for inclusion in the Energy and Natural Resources Committee hearing on July 21st. Yep, that's tomorrow. And so this will amount to a continuation of a program that was previously operational. It contemplates monetary incentives for voluntary water conservation effort. This is also subject to finding an appropriate funding mechanism. The second point of the plan was the Drought Response Operations Agreement, draft 2023 plan. You all recall what has occurred in the Upper Basin states to respond to the situations of water levels in both Lake Powell and Lake Mead. And the releases that have already been made through Upper Basin reservoirs to protect those critical elevations in Lake Powell, primarily from Flaming Gorge and Blue Mesa. So as part of this plan, we committed to work with the United States to develop a 2023 draft Drought Response Operations Agreement plan prior to the Bureau of Reclamation's August 24-month study to target final approval and implementation of the draft 2023 plan, DROA plan of April 2023. So this is really contingent on determining the effectiveness of the potential releases from upstream units to protect Glen Canyon Dam. And it really amounts to commitments to expedite the planning and really while working in pursuant to the agreement that we've already made within the DROA framework. That's the second portion of the plan. The third portion of the plan, I think you guys are all familiar with this. You've led on this across the state, but it's focused on a continuation of the demand management feasibility investigation. The Upper Basin states would commit to consider the feasibility of a potential demand management program when ongoing studies are completed, including the Upper Colorado River Commission study and any other intrastate studies that are happening. The fourth component of the plan would be the bipartisan infrastructure law funding. And really this is focused on immediately beginning work with reclamation to implement that bipartisan infrastructure law DCP funding to accelerate enhanced measurement, monitoring, and reporting infrastructure to improve and deepen water management tools across the upper division states, including infrastructure and related studies. Finally, and I think this is what I wanted to highlight on, and the reason I mentioned the 4.5 to 3.5 reduction in 2020 to 2021, but to focus on continued strict water management and administration. And I think this is something that we do well, not only in Colorado, but across the Upper Basin states, living within our means and living with what is available and working with that in real time. So the Upper Division states will manage water based on available water supplies each year. This includes that strict administration of water rights based on supply. We're going to continue to regulate and enforce water rights according to that priority date and available annual supplies. I highlighted that those efforts have already resulted in terms of reductions. We also are looking at ways to implement and expand intrastate water conservation programs across all water use sectors. We have to rely on our people on the ground. They do that best. They know how to do it. They know what's capable, and they know the ways that they can do it within their system. We're working to really figure out ways to do that. I want to touch on some other things that are happening, but I wanted to make sure to get through the highlights of the letter first. But there is recognition that while we must find basin-wide solutions, the options that are available in the Upper Basin are limited due to our significant shortages that our water users are already taking due to depleted storage, due to drought and depleted storage conditions. I think we have to recognize also that the effectiveness will be limited dependent on what comes out of the lower basin and their plan moving forward. So we're looking forward to seeing that, and the work that's happening in the Upper Basin can only be as effective as we are across the entire basin. With that, I want to think about this is as we look at the state of sometimes what we're dealing with in terms of fires, flood, drought. I often have to sit and think about, okay, this is hard work, and it is difficult, and it is meaningful, and I have messages of hope, and I have to often tell myself those late at night, and I've thought about as we push forward and we do so much that we have to and we often want to look at others to see what more can they do, what more can they do. I found where I find the most hope is when I look to our people in Colorado and look at what they are doing. I was a news feed this morning, and I saw our city of Aurora, right next door, may be the first city to implement a non-usable turf regulation. That is for me a message of movement, a message of hope. I hear from one of my directors on the way to the restroom this morning, exciting news about research that's happening about in the realm of agricultural innovation, and some really interesting studies that are coming out on changes in agricultural planting practices that could potentially result in 30% reduction of water use on certain areas, while still providing the appropriate nourishment for cattle or livestock, and the soil. That's so important. So I think about these things, and some days are hard, and then I am inspired. So I want to thank everyone that's on the ground for that work. And continue to push us forward. I can't help but think about the loss that one of our directors had in terms of messages of hope. And so this goes out to you, Director Sakata, in terms of the loss of your father. I was thinking about him much this morning as I was thinking about my director's reports and the message of hope, and thinking about the innovation that was he first generation, Nisei? First generation Japanese American agricultural farmer that came and expanded from just dozens of acres to thousands of acres, and was given many awards for innovation, and taught his family that, and passed that on, and passed on that ethic. And so as I thought about this morning, I reflected on your father. So I thank you. I'll think about him as I go through all of this. And so my thoughts are out to your mom, and you and Julie and your sisters. So, and the entire family. And it takes us all working together as we do this. And so, sorry, I get emotional when we talk about water. It is the most precious resource that we have. And I am so proud of this board, the staff, and everything that we do. So I just want to tell you how much I appreciate you. So thank you. And if you have any questions, I will leave it to that.
Thank you, Director Mitchell. Really appreciate how you speak. Some of you may know that my basin has an annual trip called the Yampa River Awareness Project. And we've been trying to get Director Mitchell to come on that trip for many years now. And she was finally able to make it with her schedule this past year. And she gave a very moving talk at one of my favorite places in the whole world, Echo Park, which is the confluence between the Yampa, of the Yampa and the Green Rivers, that I think brought all of us to tears. And I just really appreciate that leadership, your leadership, can allow you to show emotion. I think it's something that we lack as a society sometimes. And so thank you for that. Thank you. I'll show you pictures tomorrow of Becky as a river rat. And for now, unless anyone has any questions for Director Mitchell, we will move along to our Bethany Howell. You're sitting in for Commissioner Greenberg, is that right?
I am, yes.
Okay.
Let me see if
You
I can
have the
get this
floor.
to work. Yes, so thank you all for having me today. Obviously, I'm not Kate Greenberg, but she sends her regrets. She's in Washington State right now attending the Western Association of State Departments of Agriculture. There we go. I got it all the way out. So she's very sorry she couldn't join y'all today, but I am very glad that I get to be here in her stead. So thank you. And thank you, Director Mitchell, for those words about the Colorado River. And we're very cognizant at CDA that there will be a very harsh spotlight, and has been, on agricultural producers in that area. And we feel the weight of our responsibility to support them and figure out how to work together with all that's coming. So appreciate your partnership as well with that. So let me move into some of our updates. So kind of piggybacking on what's already been said about the upcoming Colorado Water Plan. Commissioner Greenberg wanted me to pass along her congratulations to the staff for getting the draft out the door, and she was very happy to be part of that in Breckenridge. And just especially wanted to thank them for close collaboration with our team at CDA, and I think we will continue to work with on-the-ground outreach with ag stakeholder communities, and it's been working really well so far, so let's keep it up. Also wanted to also revisit the Eastern Plains tour that CDA was able to be part of with the governor and with some DNR. It was great for our team to see some on-the-ground water projects and also to introduce some producers to the governor and others. They were able to visit with some producers in Amherst, in Hugo, in Cheyenne Wells with the Cheyenne Conservation District, and in Kiowa County. And it was really incredible to hear that there has already been some action taken because of that trip. Like, it's very incredible. And hopefully more. There's a lot going on out there besides water and agriculture. Just, I believe there was a doctor who was part of their lunch, who was the only doctor, at least in that county. I could be wrong, but I think it was in at least 2 other counties. So they're definitely seeing a health provider crisis in that area as well. And just wanted to thank you guys again. DNR and CDA have just been crushing it in partnership this summer, I think, with tours. I was able to be part of the one in the San Luis Valley very briefly, and that was really exciting to get to introduce you guys to some places that I hold very dear. And then Commissioner Greenberg is continuing her travel schedule this summer. We'll be taking a brief trip out to the Upper Gunnison area in August, visiting with producers on the ground out there as well. A quick update on highly pathological avian influenza, or HPAI, which has been a bit of the bane of our state veterinarians' existence for the past several months. Knock on wood, so far we're seeing not so many outbreaks. It's not completely over though, so we just encourage bird owners, both of commercial facilities and backyard flock owners, to continue practicing biosecurity measures. We have not had any additional detections since June 6th. But that does not mean that it is over. So we're encouraging owners to increase biosecurity measures by keeping a closed flock, decreasing your interactions between domestic and wild birds, and especially keeping feed away from wild birds is incredibly important. If you see any signs of illness in either wild birds, you should report that to CPW, but in domestic birds, to the Colorado State Veterinarian's Office. And their phone number is on the website. So I encourage you to do that if you are seeing anything at all wrong with your little chickens. So we also have a lot going on, and now that the ledge session is over, our stakeholder engagement process will begin. Several bills that were passed will require this process, and so those include SB 22205, which is the intoxicating hemp, and I'm not even going to attempt to say something tetrahydrocannabinol products. There we go. I think I got it all the way out. And then, of course, our HB 221053, which is blockchain in ag, HB 221308, ag labor services, HB 221380, community food access program, and then our state budget items with the Bureau of Animal Protection Enhancement and mental health grants. So we've got a lot of on the ground work that we're going to be doing. But I do want to end with a really exciting announcement. If you guys have not already gotten your state fair tickets, get your state fair tickets. It's coming up in just a month, the 150th anniversary. So all of CDA really loves this time of year. So you should be receiving invitations in your email for a few events. If you haven't received them by next week, please contact me in our office and let us know. There are 11 days of fun in Pueblo, but 2 days in particular I wanted to draw your attention to. Friday, August 26th at 11 a.m. will be our Centennial Farms and Ranches, which is with History Colorado. So I think very appropriate for our space. So we've actually expanded. This is a decades-long event, and we want to be able to recognize even more leaders in our agricultural community. So this year, in addition to the normal Centennial Farms and Ranches awards, we will also have awards for Centennial families, Centennial farmer or rancher, and Centennial agribusiness. So we're trying to expand the diversity of ag representative in these awards. We're also going to be recognizing 2 legacy awards for the first time ever. So some exciting new things happening in the midst of 150 years of fair. Later that day will be the Commissioner's Graze. It will be an ice cream social. It's appropriate. It's very, very hot at that time of year at the fair. And then at 5 p.m. will be the legislative barbecue. And then just an extra special, just in case that was not enough, at 8 p.m. we're also going to be hosting the National Mullet Contest. So if any of you guys want a really cool new haircut and also maybe win some prize money, I'm sure we can take some day of signups. And then on Tuesday, August 30th, will be our junior livestock auction and the second annual Governor's Plate, which if you didn't get to go last year, I highly encourage you to try to attend this year. There will be 8 food trucks in Pueblo, and they're from kind of around the state, but mostly in Denver and Pueblo area businesses, and they will be competing for prizes, including the People's Choice Award and the Governor's Plate. So lots of things happening at CDA. I'm just happy to end on a positive note for our agency for what we're looking forward to. And again, appreciate all of the partnership with CWCB and DNR. It's really hard to get the work done out on the ground unless you have incredible partners like we have here. So thank you so much. And that's the end of our report.
Thank you, Bethany. That's a great report. Appreciate it. We'll move, sorry, any questions for Bethany? Seeing none, we will move over to State Engineer Ryan. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, everyone. I have a few comments to make, and then, as I often do, I'm going to make you all sit down in the classroom, and I want to talk about measurement rules, and we'll do a little bit of that. But I would like to start by asking Director Sakata, is it okay with you if I share a brief personal anecdote? Thank you. I've known Bob Sakata for probably 20 years, I believe, through work in the South Platte. I've known Robert for a shorter time, but I've known Bob for quite a long time. And I've known him as a very cooperative and very friendly person, but I've also known him as a very bright person that was always willing to make you account for what you're doing. And I was invited to speak at an Onion Growers Association meeting many years ago, maybe 10 years ago. And this was one of those meetings where I decided to leave the PowerPoint slides at home and just talk. It's just scratch out some notes ahead of time and talk. And it worked very well. I spoke for quite a while, and it was good interaction with the group. And the person that followed me in the meeting came up and they had a PowerPoint presentation. And I think we had a power outage or equipment failure or something, but that PowerPoint was just not there for this person. And we spent probably 5 or 10 minutes and it just wasn't working. And the person finally admitted, I don't know what to do without my PowerPoint here. And out of the crowd, Bob Sakata said, well, you can just give a darn good talk like Kevin Ryan did. And that, of course, that was gratifying and flattering. And it's not necessarily that much of an amazing comment, but I filed it away, as I've told Director Sakata, because it wasn't so much what he said, but who it came from. And I've just admired Bob Sakata through the years. What a great loss, but he's someone you say, well, if I look good in your eyes, then I probably did all right today. And so that's, like I said, Director Sakata, that's one I filed away for all time. Thank you. I want to move ahead and just repeat some of the comments from Director Gibbs, not really too much, but on our time in Division 3. Thank you, by the way, Bethany. Thank you, Director Dutton. That was a good couple days in the Basin. But I want to thank Director Gibbs once again. I've mentioned this to you before, but I need to publicly say that you came and spent time with my staff in the Alamosa office. And what's notable about that is that we put people up and they talk to you. And so often as leaders, we believe we need to be transparent. We need to be communicative. We need to talk to people. We need to tell them this. We need to tell them more. But sometimes the people want to talk to us and know that they're being heard. You did a great job of that. So thank you on behalf of my staff for that. I just want to mention that Monday, today's Wednesday, Monday afternoon, I had the chance to be in Breckenridge and talk to the Colorado Farm Bureau at their summer conference. Just a good talk. I did take slides to that one, of course, but we talked a lot about compacts and water supply. And then I got to turn that into a drive to Glenwood the next day to talk to the River District. And they had their board meeting, I think yesterday and rolling into today, if I'm not mistaken. But I talked about compact administration, and it was a great conversation. It's difficult. It was maybe an hour and a half of me being in the hot seat, but it went well because that's a very respectful board and I have a good rapport with them. So it worked out pretty well. But it goes to show that with everything Director Mitchell and this board is doing related to the guidelines and the Drought and the 2 to 4 million acre feet and all these things that we talk about, one thing that still is on their mind and won't go away is what's going to happen if we have to do compact compliance. And that is on their minds. We had a great talk about that. Those are my comments. And Vivian, there we are. And can I just give you the thumbs up to page 2? Okay. I said that we were going to go back to school again. I was going to give you a quick update on measurement rules in Division 6 and our status, but I thought for a couple reasons, I would actually go through a selection of slides that we take to our stakeholder meetings. And I believe I can be fairly quick about this. So take heart, I won't dominate too much of the morning, but I said for 2 reasons. One, measurement rules and the discussion of that really illuminates some water administration issues and some compact issues that we get to talk about. And the other reason is quite practical because some of the directors in this room, you might see it coming to a division near you. So here's a heads up for you. And we re-engaged with the stakeholders in the last month. As you can see those dates, the end of June, beginning of July, we went back to Division 6 to really fine tune, and that ended up being what we did. We had done so much work with stakeholders and so much work on the rules that we felt we were getting pretty close, but we went back and we learned just a little bit more, but we also came away with the confidence that we were getting pretty close with measurement rules. Vivian. Just emphasis for all of us to understand the effect of measurement rules. The measurement rules do not give the legal authority to require measuring devices. That authority has been in the statutes for over 100 years. I give you the statutory site because you know how fond I am of those. But we've already got that in the statute. So Vivian, move ahead. Why do we need measurement in the first place? So let's step aside from the rules. Why is measurement important? It breaks down into 3 basic areas. One, administration during a call. This is probably the real reason for measurement to start out with. And that is our division engineers cannot administer water rights in an over-appropriated basin without knowing how much water is being diverted, especially by a senior water right. If a senior water right wants to place a call and curtail other water rights, that is, we're cutting people off, we're denying them water, then we need to know the basis for that call. We need to know how much water they're taking, make sure they're taking exactly what they should and no more. That's that big water administration picture. And then also during compact compliance administration, that's a similar aspect of this, that if we're going to curtail or we're going to manage water during compact compliance, then by the same token as before, we need to know how much water people are taking and maybe how much water is not being taken to address compact compliance. The third one is data. And this is an interesting point. Sure, we would like people to know how much water they're using, protect from abandonment, protect them in a future consumptive use analysis, those types of things. But it's also very important to have that good, solid data in the future if we find ourselves in a compact compliance situation and people are asking Colorado, how much water did you use during the last 10 years? What portion of the water that's allocated to the upper basin or that was used by the upper basin? There's myriad ways to form that question, and I'm not going to tie myself down to it, but how much water did you use, Colorado? Those are the reasons we do that. Vivian? So that was why measurement. Now, why measurement rules? If I said we have the authority, what's the effect of rules? And it's really to address these details ahead of time. It's been very difficult, Director Brown, you know, for our division engineer, Aaron Light, to have issued orders and try to manage that situation. And And in retrospect and a little bit of hindsight, how much easier that would have been for her if we had a lot of these things decided ahead of time. It's consistency and transparency for the water users. And we can really assess all these types of measuring devices, and we can plan for options and alternatives. Importantly, stakeholder involvement, because the time I believe we spent in Division 6, at this point, 10 stakeholder meetings and a couple Zoom meetings, I think has been a good investment in getting stakeholders not only involved, but getting their buy-in. That's been helpful. And so we just have more efficient implementation of our administrative authority. Vivian? I'm not going to go through those water administration scenarios. I kind of described it. We're going to call people out. We need to know how much water people are taking. Next one, Vivian. Here's a nice little terminology hierarchy for us all to understand. In the rules, we talk about measurement methods, and that breaks down into measuring devices and alternative measurement methods. Sounds like a lot of ambiguous terms, but if we go to the next slide, I can describe that a little bit better. What types of measurement methods are there? We can talk about direct measurement of water, flumes and weirs. That is, this is a physical device we put in the ditch, and we know we can look at a staff gauge, we can look at a measurement and know how much water people are taking. So that's a measuring device. A measurement method, on the other hand, is more of an indirect measurement. Power consumption coefficient, rated sections, pump curves, where it's not that direct measurement, and we have to do a little processing. We might have to do some calculation. We might have to do some engineering ahead of time. So that's why we broke down that hierarchy, because the rules treat the two differently in terms of approving the method and so on. Okay, next one. These are just some nice pictures, different measuring devices. And I won't go through that. You've seen these before. For those alternative methods, just to go, I think I'm just repeating myself here. We really need to take into account assumptions, calculations, et cetera, if we're using that indirect alternative measurement method. Vivian? Now, recording and reporting, because how nice it would be if after all the time and effort to put that measuring device in the ditch, we actually use it. How important that is. And so it's important because the data is valuable, as I said before, and that transparency in operation. So part of the rules address recording and reporting, but we also have side documents, because it's not necessarily one size fits all rules. It's going to be water commissioners working with water users. How are we best going to record what you've done? Maybe the water commissioner is out there twice a day, probably not in Division 6, but that's often how it happens in Division 1. Maybe the water commissioner gets out there once a season or twice a season and relies on the water user. Those are the kinds of things that need to be worked out outside of the rules, but the rules give that basic guidance. Next one. Again, I got ahead of myself. Several ways to report diversions. Vivian, next one. I do want to emphasize one other item. When we did these stakeholder meetings last fall, we described the legal process for promulgating or adopting rules, is a better term. And we talked about using the APA process. We had good comments, and we did a lot of internal consideration on the best, most effective way to do this rulemaking. And we did a change there, and we will go through the water court process and use the state engineer's rulemaking authority in water court. We find that to be a more certain, a more effective way that people will be able to rely on. And what that means is we will get to a point where we're confident in these rules, maybe in the next few months, and file them with water court. And then there's a well-defined process for that. And Director Brown, I see you looking on with interest, and we've talked about this with the stakeholders and help get that understanding so that they're not left out of the process. Next slide. I like to just zoom out and look at this rules document and what it is. And these are just almost literally the sections we find in the rules. We find that introduction, authority, scope, definitions. So that's sort of the beginning part of the rules. But I've highlighted or put in bold font the next 4 items because those are the real substance of the rules. The requirements of a measuring device or measurement method, what the functional standards are, accuracy, etc., where they need to be placed, how they need to operate, what the approval standards are for us to approve that that is a valid measuring device or alternative measurement method. Again, data recording and submission that I talked about. And then I took away the bold font and we end with some of the things like compliance and how variances are done and how appeals are done and how we intend to phase these rules in. And Vivian, could you advance? I think that's where I stopped. Is that the last slide? Yeah, okay, thank you. So I wanted to give you that inside, it's not even an inside look, but the same look that the stakeholders get, even though I rushed through it. So you get an idea of what we're doing when we're out in the basins and what the people are hearing and how we intend to move ahead with this. And that is my director's report, Madam Chair. And if there are any questions on any of that, I'd be happy to take them.
Thank you. Director Felt?
Yeah, thank you, Director Ryan. Sorry. I just didn't want this moment to pass without mentioning the loss of Water Commissioner Bruce Smith down in Division 2. And I bring it up, you were talking about water commissioners just now and how they're sometimes out there twice a day. And Bruce Smith was the water commissioner in Southern Chaffee County for 40 years or so.
Yes.
He tried to retire once and he had these little dogs that always went with him twice a day. And he couldn't stand the dogs just staring him down, wondering what the heck was wrong. And so he resumed, I think there was a need to, but he resumed that work and worked for 40 years. And I just wanted to, you mentioned the story about Robert's father. When I was first appointed Upper Ark, Bruce said, hey, why don't you come out with me for an afternoon and I'll show you around. And spent the afternoon on the South Ark and probably learned more about water in that day than any other single day for sure. But I really learned something about human nature too from him. We were standing in this one field and he said, you know, there's 60-year-old men, pillars of the community, who sometimes in the middle of the night when they're standing by their head gate, act like 10-year-olds. And it wasn't a disparaging comment. It wasn't disdainful. It wasn't even judgmental. It was just like noting the irony of human nature. And it's been tremendously helpful to me as a county commissioner, I can tell you. So anyway, I just want to take a moment to note his passing. Really, really good guy and a real fixture in the Arkansas Basin.
Thank you, Director Felt. I won't try to augment your comments. They're just great comments, and our Division 2 team has been hit hard the last 6 months. So thank you for acknowledging that.
Yes, Director Hawkins.
Thanks, and this may very well be a question for Director Mitchell. So I noted that one of the items from the Upper Basin letter was about infrastructure funding for enhanced measurement, monitoring, and reporting. So if I'm a water user in the Southwest Basin, what does this all mean? Like, we're not in Division 6. Is this coming? And then how does that money play into the potential for enhanced measurement in our basin?
Thank you, Director Hawkins. And I probably am going to bounce back to Director Mitchell, but I do want to make sure, and you may be able to distinguish between measuring devices for ditch diversions versus measuring stream flow and measuring other items. But is that okay if I bounce that to you, Director Mitchell?
And I think some of the evaluation of exactly what is needed is yet to be done. But I think what we recognize from the releases that occurred through the drought response operations agreement and the plan and the releases that followed was that we want to really make sure that the water that we are sometimes given and sometimes not to the highest and best use. And so that's the intention with that. I think there's still yet a ton of work and an inventory of what exactly is needed and where. And I know smarter folks than I are working on that at this point.
Does that answer your question, Director Hawkins?
It answers one of them, but I think I still might have a question for Director Ryan. You know, what can we expect in divisions 4 and 7 in the coming months?
And Director Hawkins, your question is regarding funding or measurement rules?
Measurement rules.
Okay. Thank you, Director Hawkins. And I guess I have to account for the fact that, yes, I did leave that hanging out there, didn't I, with my incidental comment. Let me just be a little more informative that these rules are not only effective in Division 6. We have other West Slope divisions, and let me just maybe even be a little more complete if I can take a couple minutes. In Divisions 1, 2, and 3, we've been over appropriated for 120 years, and we do a pretty good job of measuring every drop, to use a term of art. And so the urgency is not quite there in Divisions 1, 2, and 3. But because of Colorado River issues and compact administration issues, et cetera, and because in all of those basins, we have either tributaries or parts of the main stem that are not over appropriated, then those measuring devices are not there like we'd like to see. So I think I've told you things you all already know. For that reason, however, we need to look at Divisions 4, 5, and 7 next. What is the scheduling of that and what would be the sequence? I don't want to answer yet, but I do think that we would like to file these rules in water court confidently and see that they are, sorry, the Division 6 rules, file them in water court confidently and see that they reliably are carrying through with what our stakeholders believe they were going to be. Once we have that confidence, we would look at the next division. And I will share with you that our water commissioners in Division 7 see the value in measurement rules. I know that they see they've tried to enforce the statutory authority to require measurement rules, and it gets very difficult and very contentious. So all those advantages I talked about, stakeholder involvement, consistency, transparency, et cetera, would really be helpful in Division 7. That was a long non-answer, I know, but thank you.
Well, we really got you there, didn't we? Thanks for answering those questions on the spot, Director Ryan. We'll go ahead and move, unless there's anything else for our state engineer. I don't see anything. We will go ahead and move to, good to see you, Rob Harris, sitting in for, I guess, just Rob Harris today. So Division of Parks and Wildlife Director, Steve, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, my name is Rob Harris. I'm the Water Resources Section Manager at CPW. Acting Director Dugan sends her regrets. So they're having an all-day leadership meeting before tomorrow's commission meeting up in Eagle County. So there's certainly a tough thing to miss. Let's see. Yeah, thank you, Executive Director Gibbs, for mentioning our 2 new commissioners. We're excited about that. I might just throw in, our appreciation and thanks to our outgoing commissioners, Garcia and Schaefer, for their service. So we really appreciate it. Let's see. And I also want to echo Bethany's congratulations to CWCB staff for getting out the draft water plan. We really appreciate the dialogue that's happened there and will continue to happen as we have some quality time with that draft. So thank you. I'll start off we at CPW, we've talked a little bit about the Keep Colorado Wild Pass. CPW has launched a multi-channel statewide educational campaign to promote this new pass. And this is something that you'll be able to do when you register your vehicle, so that you can, like going through the toll lane on E470 or something like that. You'll be able to just go straight through and I think skip the line. At least I think that's the vision for it. And really, the idea is to give all Coloradans more opportunities to experience and contribute to and support the outdoor spaces that we cherish. This information is on CPW's Keep Colorado Wild Pass website. So just Google Keep Colorado Wild CPW. Should be able to find it. It's in both English and Spanish. Again, we want this to have a broad reach. So I encourage folks to check that out. We've also issued a hands-on resource guide to reduce wolf depredations. So hopefully that, will be useful to the ag community. It's now posted on our Living with Wolves website to help ranchers and livestock owners implement effective strategies to prevent wolf depredations. And, there's lots more with that conversation, and I'm not really qualified to go too deep into it, but, I know CPW is very committed to getting this right with all stakeholders. And here's where I add to some of the bad news in our water woes. I have to talk a bit about our fishing closures, because we've seen a whole bunch pop up in the last month and a half, shaping up to be quite a bit like last year, unfortunately. And so since the board's last meeting in May, we've implemented a mandatory fishing closure below Stagecoach Reservoir on the Yampa River for about 0.6 miles. This is similar to one that was implemented last year. And a number of voluntary fishing closures around the state, including Tamichi Creek, the Fraser River, the Eagle River, and the main stem of the Colorado, including the Colorado Wild and Scenic Stretch, and a closure down from Kremling to State Bridge to Bear Ranch in Glenwood Canyon. And this is late breaking news that I believe there's now a closure down to Rifle. And this is due to a combination of low flows and high temperatures. So for example, we recently recorded a temperature close to 76 degrees in the Colorado River at Hot Sulphur Springs. I don't know how much of that is influenced by the springs there, but that mid 70s number is not atypical for the river as a whole right now. So very, very warm, very, very tough conditions for those fisheries. And we're just hoping to get the word out that even though most of these closures are voluntary, they're really intended to help mitigate the stress on our fisheries that we're seeing, particularly in the Colorado River Basin. I just also want to give a shout out to all the folks, who are working to help mitigate this trouble. From fishers who are helping us out on these voluntary closures, anglers, to the River District, and they're working to operate Wolford Mountain Reservoir in a way that's going to help mitigate these impacts. We're working with CWCB staff. We're working with DWR staff on a number of spots around the state to address similar concerns. Director Mitchell's comments made me think of a quote from Mr. Rogers that my wife likes to use when times are hard, which is, to look to the helpers. And, that when you look around this table, this room, and our water community, there are just helpers everywhere to be found. And so that certainly is an inspiration. So, and I will, wrap up with a bit of good news, and hopefully, this is taken the right way. We have a new regional water specialist for our Northwest region who's going to start on Monday. Benjamin Kraus, who comes to us from Division 5 and DWR. Sorry, Kevin. But we're very fortunate to have Benjamin join us, and I know, sorry. And I will say, I think that our divisions benefit tremendously when we have folks on each other's staff who understand the other divisions deeply. So really looking forward to Benjamin, and apologies for the vacancy. Hopefully we'll be able to make an announcement on our vacant Northeast position soon, but I'm not quite greenlit to do that. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you. We're really beating you up today, aren't we, Director Ryan?
If I can serve any function at all.
Any questions for Rob? Seeing none, thank you. We will move to the Water Resource and Power Development Authority. I believe Jim Griffiths is with us today, potentially virtually.
That is correct. Good morning.
And, he's not up on our screen. There we go. Just one
morning.
moment and we'll get your picture so the board can see you. Wait for it. Almost time. Yeah. We'll see. He's in a little box.
Hi, good morning. Keith sends his regrets, and I would be there in person, except that I have a very bad cold, so I won't bring that on you. Keith's written report is in your packet. I just have 3 very brief comments to make. First, the demand on our drinking water and wastewater programs is high. We've got about a $300 million 18-month pipeline of loan and grants that'll be coming to our board. And that's a little higher, we believe, because of the bipartisan infrastructure law and the grant funding associated with that. We're looking forward, though. Those are a lot of good projects. Second thing I want to mention is our board meeting in August will be held in conjunction with the Colorado Water Congress conference up in Steamboat. So if you're up there and want to stop in and say hello, please do. And then lastly, we are getting really close to being able to award the bill funding. We've gone through the various changes that we've had to make from the federal government, and we should be ready to get those funds out beginning in September. So we're looking forward to that. That concludes my report. I'll take any questions if there are any.
Thank you. Any questions for Jim? All right, Jim, well, we wish you a speedy recovery. Thanks for joining us for a few minutes today. All right, folks, that brings us to the end of our director's reports. And so we are amazingly on time at 11:31, and we'll go ahead and take lunch and take a brief break, and we'll be back here at 12:30.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Becky and I are in the midst of a candy negotiation over here that I am clearly going to lose. So which she has not shared. I mean, if the lower basin is listening, I feel your pain, guys, because I'm going to be left with like these organic apple and strawberry bars and zero candy. It's not fair. All right. Thanks, everybody, for coming back from lunch. We're still happy to have you here. It is 12:30, and we'll go ahead and move into agenda item number 5. But before we do that, Director Sakata had a few comments that he would like to make. So you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first is directed toward Director Ryan. I appreciate all your comments on the measurement rules, and it actually refers back. That's why I thought it was kind of a combination comment to Director Mitchell's report. You had a report in your report. You talked about the North Sterling project where they're actually putting automated measuring on each of the head gates along that ditch even. And I got to talk to Director Yon at our South Platte meeting, and they just got those set up, and it's an amazing project that's going through where it's amazing. You know, each diverter on their phone can go on the phone and dial in what they're going to need, and it's automated. You know, they were complaining because each time they had to enter their password on their phone, but so that so far that was the only complaint of the project. But they'll also too for both Director Ryan and Director Mitchell, thank you for your kind comments about my father. He really was an amazing person. I feel really, really blessed, and to hear those Bob stories are really heartwarming to me, and really enjoy hearing them. I know Director Ryan, he often had a lot of disagreements with the state engineer's office, and I know with your predecessors. But I think, you know, what I learned from him is that water is such a precious resource. I mean, that he always strove for good land that had good water, and that's what he attributed a lot of his success was, to have that vision to look for that. But the main thing, and I heard it in all of your reports today, is the most precious resource we have are our people. And I think that's what was so impressive in your reports, and what I especially heard from you, Director Mitchell, that the people that we have working on these issues are really fantastic. And I saw that in Director Mitchell, I saw that in your report. You called out, I think, Chris on his work on the flood mitigation stuff, and Doug Mahan and his work going to Montana, spending time in Montana. And so really, thanks so much to all the people involved, and again, on all of your kind words. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Sakata. Okay, so agenda item 5, Attorney General's report, our legal briefing and executive session. And it looks like, hi, Scott. We have Scott Steinbrecher here and Jen Mealy, of course. So you two have the floor, however you'd like to share it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair, and very well said, Director Sakata. I'm Scott Steinbrecher, Assistant Deputy Attorney General at the Attorney General's Office. The AG sends his regrets. I believe he's in the San Luis Valley this week, dealing with a number of issues there, and regretfully couldn't make the meeting. I have a very brief update for you. I have one update. You have the written information in your packet. I'll provide one update there that didn't make it in just due to the timing of how we prepare that, and then give you an update on some hiring in our federal and interstate water unit. So there is an update in your packet on the Waters of the US litigation that is before the United States Supreme Court. The state of Colorado, through our office, filed an amicus brief in that case about in the middle of June. And we really focused in that brief on supporting the need to maintain the significant nexus test to determine whether wetlands are jurisdictional or not. We also tried to emphasize for the court and caution the court against adopting a broad rule of its own, because as you know, EPA is in the process of revising its rule, and that's a process that the state of Colorado and others are participating in. So we tried to caution the court against doing anything rash or significant in this case, because they certainly don't need to. At our last meeting in May in Breckenridge, I provided a brief update on new hires for the federal and interstate water unit. We talked about bringing in one position for the Colorado River subunit, since that time, we've sat down with our budget analyst and the AG and determined that we will try to bring on 2 additional hires, focus immediately on the Colorado River subunit, but then try to bring in a second if we have a great second candidate as part of this hiring process. So again, keep your eyes and ears open and send folks our way if you hear of anyone who may be interested. That's it from me.
Thank you. I'm glad we can always use these meetings to put out our job announcements. There's always so much change happening, so I'm glad we can do that. Is it time, or are there any other announcements or questions on the briefing you received in your packets before we head into executive session? Anyone online? Okay. Take it away, Jen.
Thank you. For the record, Jen Neely. We're about to head into executive session. During executive session, we will consider agenda items 6A through 6D. This executive session is authorized pursuant to sections 24, 6, 402, 3A2, and 3 of the Colorado Revised Statutes. We are ready for a motion.
Okay, can you do that on the microphone?
Yeah, sorry. I'm trying to talk to you, but the mic's over here.
Right.
I would move that we go into executive session.
Thank you, Director Felt. A second from Director Dutton. Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor, please. All those opposed, please signify by saying nay. Motion carries. We are now in we will now
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Michelle, can you hear us?
I can hear you, Amy.
Oh, great. Okay. Well, we're ready for you if you want to go ahead, and we can hear you loud and clear too.
All right, thanks. Next slide, please, Vivian. In the interest of time, we'll shoot through a couple of the slides. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Just a reminder, this year, middle graph, water year precipitation to date has been near to below average throughout the whole basin. Not fantastic, but if you look to the left, that was last year, water year 2021. So we are doing a little better than that. And month to date, after things had dried out in the spring, we are starting to see some of the effects of the monsoon precipitation in some parts of the basin. So some improvements there, and you'll see that in the updates to the forecast for the reservoirs. Next slide, please. Just a reminder, this is another year where soil moisture is still really dry. Still seeing the effects of the complete lack of moisture in the summer and fall of 2020. And that continues to affect runoff and how much of the snowpack is actually making it to the stream. Next slide, please. As we've talked about before, snowpack this year was mostly below average, saved by one large storm and then a few small storms in the spring. But it was below average and it melted out early. And we've seen the effects of that on the runoff. On the right, you'll see the cumulative runoff. So again, better than last year, quite a bit better than last year, where we were staying just right above that orange line in the second worst year. The orange is the worst year, and we were at the second worst year. This year, we're in that 25% driest years. So it is an improvement, but it is not sufficient to improve the conditions at Lake Powell, as you have heard. Next slide, please. In terms of the runoff predicted for Lake Powell inflow, there's been a slight improvement. As you can see, as things dried out in March, April, May, and those forecasts were dropping, we've gotten to the point that they dropped all the way down to 3.5 million acre feet for Powell for April through July, and have come up just slightly. We've gained almost 200,000 acre feet in Lake Powell inflow since that lowest forecast. So a slight improvement, but when you compare that to the size of some of the tools the Upper Basin has at its disposal, 190,000 acre feet improvement is very, very welcome. Next slide, please. In terms of climate forecast, looking out what we're expecting in the next couple of weeks to several months, continued above average temperatures for most of the basin. This has been the story all spring and summer, just about. But you do see some effects in both temperature and particularly precipitation in the 6 to 10 day and 8 to 14 day outlooks. You will see the impacts of those monsoonal flows and getting a little bit of cooler temperatures and definitely a little more precipitation. So that's good news. But looking out a little further, next slide, please. We see things expected to dry out as that monsoon season ends. Equal chances right now being predicted for most of the basin, but below average for the upper portion of the basin, and particularly Colorado. And again, above normal temperatures. Next slide, please. In terms of storage conditions, Lake Powell is currently 27% full, and Blue Mesa is 46% full. Blue Mesa has been filling, but you can see on the table to the right, the current forecasts for runoff throughout the basin and into the reservoirs being 50 to 60% of average. Blue Mesa a little bit higher than that at 67%, but that has dropped from 77%. With the dry spring, all of these dropped from their April forecasts, but are a little better than the May and June forecasts. Lower in the basin, we picked up just a little more. So
Powell, you can see at the bottom, bumped back up from 56% to 58% of average for April through July, and up to about 61% of average for the water year. So a very slight improvement with the monsoons, and hopefully we'll see just a little more of that in the next few weeks. Next slide, please. In terms of Lake Powell, unregulated inflow, you see the most probable for 2022 on the right in the lighter green, looking very much like 2020, which was not a stellar year, had much better snowpack, and then terribly dry the rest of the year. Here we didn't have as much runoff, but we're getting a little bit of help from the monsoon season. For the water year, expecting 5.7 or a little more million acre feet into Powell, which does not match, of course, the 7 million acre foot release. So Powell will continue to decline. And so looking very much at the effectiveness of those extra measures that thankfully were taken by the upper basin to help protect the elevations in Powell, because Powell needed it, as it turned out. And then on the right-hand side, projections for 2023 that we're not going to talk about because we really don't know what next year looks like. On the right-hand side, just a reminder from the 9 million acre foot releases to 2019, down through 2022 when we were projected to release 7.48 million acre feet, but that was changed to 7 million acre feet to help protect elevations in Powell. And at this point, we do not know what the releases for water year 2023 will be, and I'll get into that a little bit more. That's usually determined by the August 24-month study. And this year, even more than most, it's unclear what will actually happen because of all the other things that are going on in the basin, and even just because of what isn't currently being modeled in the 24-month study as it stands. So it's really hard to ferret out right now in July and make any sort of projection for August. Usually by this time of year, we have a pretty good feel for what the August 24-month study is going to say about next year's releases, but this year we really don't. And with the hydrology not improving very much, we also need to be looking at extra measures to protect Powell for next year. Next slide, please. And so just a reminder of all the drought activities that have been occurring in the upper basin, DROA, weather modification, and the continued investigation into demand management feasibility in the lower basin in Mexico, DCP, and binational conservation, tier 1 shortages for the first time this year, the 1030 consultation, the development of the 500+ plan. Next slide, please. And in terms of drought response operations, a reminder that releases from the upper basin started in late 2021. 161,000 acre feet were released, 36,000 acre feet of those from Blue Mesa. In 2022, we withheld initially 350,000 acre feet in Lake Powell for January to April to help prop up Lake Powell during its lowest elevations of the year. And then approved the DROA plan in late April and early May, which described 500,000 acre foot release from Flaming Gorge Reservoir, no releases from Aspinall or Navajo for this water year, and then the coordination with the secretary to modify Glen Canyon Dam operations on top of the drought release operations to increase the protection of Lake Powell and make those draw releases more effective. So that resulted in that decrease in the release from 7.48 million acre feet from Powell this year to 7 million acre feet. And those actions were to be operationally neutral. Next slide, please. Just a reminder of where the lower basin sits in terms of DCP and shortage. Still for 2022, they were in just that second row. Those plans for tiered shortage and DCP both increase in shortages to the lower basin as mead continues to drop. And this is outside of any of the current discussions with the request by the Secretary of Interior and the Commissioner of Reclamation to have additional discussions about additional measures to protect Powell and Meade. This is just what was already agreed to. Next slide, please. And just want to talk a little bit really briefly about updates to forecasting and modeling. Right now, what's being modeled for DROA are the 2021 volumes that were already released and the 2022-2023 agreements, including holding the water back in Lake Powell and the releases from Flaming Gorge. However, the last couple versions of the 24-month study have looked at the 480,000 acre feet that was withheld in Lake Powell as if it was released to Meade in terms of making determinations of the shortage criteria for Meade. So the lower basin is not being punished for the water being withheld in Powell, and they're not taking extra shortage because that water was held in Powell. Right now, the 24-month study does not do the same thing for the upper basin. It does not show any action being taken in the model to preserve that water being released from Flaming Gorge. And so if you don't do that when you're sitting in the lower elevation balancing tier, that water gets balanced. And so right now, the July 24-month studies are showing that water coming down from Flaming Gorge and then some of it being balanced down to Meade. That's not actually what's going to occur, but Reclamation first tackled modeling the water held back from Powell, but they have not determined yet exactly how they're going to model preserving those benefits to Powell and making sure that those drawer releases are effective in protecting Powell and not showing balancing. There's several different ways that that could happen, and I don't think there's agreed upon method yet for that. So that's one reason that right now I wouldn't look at the 24-month study and attach much weight to it because it's not accurate at the moment. In terms of the Lower Basin 500 plus plan, they're only adding conservation as there is an approved plan that comes online. And they're having to weigh that against some folks, because of the dire conditions in the lower basin, have actually asked for release of some of their ICS. And so some of the 500 plus plan conservation is being offset really in terms of protection at Meade by release of ICS from Meade for some particular folks. And so it is also hard to ferret out, if you look at the 24-month study, the actual effects of the 500 plus plan. They also have updated the reservoir capacity curves for Lake Powell due to ongoing sedimentation at similar rates to the past. Lake Powell has lost 6% of its storage. And that particularly factors in at the really low elevations. And so it is also making a difference in the 24-month study this month that their projections using forecast, they had to reforecast inflows into Powell and change all of that based on their new data about Powell, because inflow into Powell is the calculated number. They know the outflow, they know the elevation and the change in elevation. Inflow into Powell is what they don't know. And so they had to update all of that information based on their new Lake Powell bathymetry. And that is changing how Powell reacts to the forecasts for next year and how quickly it drops or raises based on having just a little bit of less storage in it. So there are a lot of different things that have been put in the model that it's really hard to ferret out the differences between them. And so at this point, I wouldn't try to use the 24-month study to figure those things out. And then just that continual reminder that you also can't go back and compare it to previous years because we have changed the 30-year frame of reference. And so That's it for the 24-month study that was just released last week. And then you heard from Commissioner Mitchell this morning, the details of the recently released Upper Basin 5-point plan that was submitted to Reclamation and Interior. And just a reminder that those 5 points include system conservation pilot program, expediting the 2023 drought response operations process, continuing the demand management feasibility investigation, working on spending the bipartisan infrastructure funding on measurement, monitoring, and reporting, and continuing the strict water rights administration that has occurred in Colorado all along. And with that, I will leave it to any questions or let you try to catch up some time in your day.
Thank you so much, Michelle. And I just wanted to add kind of a finer point to a couple of the points that Michelle made. First, when you look at that 500 plus plan and you kind of think about the call to create an additional 2 to 4 million acre feet of water that the Commissioner of Reclamation has called for, the whole point of that is to protect critical infrastructure at Lake Powell and Lake Mead. And the point of the 500 plus plan similarly is to protect critical infrastructure at Lake Mead. The reality, and I think Michelle kind of went over this, but what we're seeing is that the reality is that the lower basin will not actually be using less water out of Lake Mead at the end of the day. So you have certain contributions modeled through the 500 plus plan, I think a little bit north of 200,000 acre feet. You also have the tier 1 shortage that Michelle discussed, but all of that potential conservation is being offset by the lower basin states taking intentionally created surplus out of Lake Mead. So at the end of the day, there's an open question as to whether and to what extent lower basin actions will actually make a difference at Lake Mead. So that's just a really kind of important point to make at this time. The other couple things I just want to mention about the Upper Basin's 5-point plan is, as you all know, this letter just went out to the Commissioner of Reclamation a couple days ago. The System Conservation Pilot Program Reauthorization, I want to be clear that that is simply extending the federal authorization for a plan that was previously operational, or program that was previously operational. It doesn't mean that that will go through and automatically, immediately, we have an SCPP program stood up in the Upper Basin. What it means is that it gives us the opportunity to set up a program and to seek federal funds for that program. But I think it gives us an opportunity to think ahead within Colorado about, if there is a program established, what might we want to see in that program? What types of projects might make sense? And I think back to the large body of work that was created in the demand management feasibility investigation. I know this board has previously talked about some open questions that you all might have that could be analyzed through some limited demonstration projects. So that's the type of thing we can be thinking about now before a program is actually stood up. One other thing I just wanted to mention, the 2023 DROA plan, the agreement to expedite the planning process there. So we're going to start planning and meeting in August. But the reality is that plan won't be finalized until April of 2023. And the reason for that is that the DROA process is purposely established and was developed to be responsive to hydrologic conditions, to consider how much water we have in our reservoirs. And very, very importantly, any DROA release would have to comply with the records of decision for each of those units that might be contributing water. And all of that is, of course, dependent on hydrologic conditions, the appropriate timing of those flows and things like that. So while we've committed to expediting that planning process, we are still also committed to going through the appropriate process to make sure that we are complying with the DROA agreement, complying with the framework that was developed, and complying with all the existing environmental law and records of decision. I think everything else is relatively self-explanatory, and you've heard about it previously. So I think I will leave it at that, and happy to answer any questions that you all might have.
Sorry, I forgot that was me. Does anyone have any questions for Amy or Michelle? Okay, seeing none, I think we're done with that.
Great, thank you.
Okay. All right, next up we have Eric Sky. Is that how we say that? Yep. Yep.
I'm Andrew Rickard. I'll be filling in for Eric.
Okay, great. Thanks, Andrew. Agenda item 9, Colorado Airborne Snow Measurements Group Update.
Good afternoon, board. Andrew Rickard, CWCB staff. For the record, Eric Sky is very involved in this project, but he's floating the Grand Canyon this week. So lucky him. I just wanted to give you a quick update on our Colorado Airborne Snow Measurements Group. CWCB has been working with ASO data since 2014, Caneos, Upper Rio Grande, East and Taylor rivers. As part of this data gap that we're trying to, closing effort to refine stream flow forecasting. And, Eric always enunciates this point that, while NRCS snow tells will always be the backbone of snow data, we need a clearer picture of the snowpack, and then point data can provide on its own. We have seen utility using data with NCAR's Wharf Hydro. The best case studies for that were in the Caneos and Upper Rio Grande. Results were actually provided to DWR's Craig Cotton and to help him plan for compact administration. And we just have recently began slowly expanding our efforts into the Southwest basins via Dolores Water Conservancy District. I should give a big shout out to Ken Curtis. He's been very involved with this. And, we just are very thankful to CHASM, we call it, the Colorado Airborne Snow Measurement Group, for leading this effort, and through the WSRF ASO expansion study, and more recently, the water plan grant that this board approved that helped for our operations this past winter and will help us for next winter as well. With that, I'm here joined today with Jeff Deems, who is the co-founder of ASO, and Taylor Winchell with Denver Water. Right now, I'm going to pass it over to Jeff Deems to give you a little bit more overview on ASO.
Thanks, Andrew. Thanks, everyone, for having us today. There we go. I will provide a brief reprimer of ASO for those of you who have either not seen it before, or a quick refresher, and then go through some of the data that we collected this year, a pretty interesting year in Colorado. And I'll briefly mention some California results as well, because they bear on how we perceive this. And then I'll hand it off to Taylor to talk about the CHASM program this year and more broadly. So the background, the motivation for ASO: we currently do not measure basin-wide snow water equivalent. The NRCS measures point measurements of SWE at the SNOTEL network, and then extrapolates that via statistics to give us a picture of percent of average. The average is changing. That means those statistics are unreliable, and this propagates through into the reliability of our runoff forecasts and all of the water management basin-wide that depends on this. In other words, our Lake Mead in the upper basin is our snowpack, and we're not measuring it. We depend on this all the time, every year, for our operations. ASO is an airborne platform with a couple of remote sensing instruments, covers the entire watershed that is the target, provides high accuracy snow depth, snow water equivalent, and snow albedo, or the reflectivity, which is very important, of course, in dusty years like this past year. And through this data collection effort can support higher accuracy snowmelt runoff and the operations that depend on this. Additionally, those data are useful for other things like recovery from wildfire and its impacts on hydrology, as well as forest management. An example here at the bottom left shows is an example from California from this past year, with the ASO measurements and volume of acre feet in the Feather River in the purple bars. And notice that they're about half of what the other official estimates of SWE were. This was in mid-February. This was an early wake-up call to the State Water Project in California that they were dealing with half the snowpack that they thought they were. And this has enabled their response this year. They're still dealing with a low amount of snowpack, but having a couple months lead time on that has allowed them to manage better. That was pretty much the case throughout California this year, where the snow melt began in January. Peak SWE was January 1st in most basins. So if you're like me, that kind of strikes a little bit of fear when we're used to April 1st being the start of our snow melt season. That was a very difficult thing to manage in California this year, remains the case. And early warning of that and accurate quantification of exactly how much SWE is in those watersheds is critical to being able to deal with that kind of situation. So in Colorado this year, with funds from local entities, from State Water Plan, and from a couple different federal agencies, we flew 6 basins with 2 flights each, mid-April and mid-May. Those basins were the Dolores and the Conejos in the southern half of the state, East and Taylor River in the Upper Gunnison, and then the Blue River, and then Colorado at Windy Gap in the north part of the state. I'll run through some of these results this year, starting down in the Dolores. And we can see the decrease in snow-covered area. This is actually snow depth that I'm showing you. You probably can't see it super well in this format, but look at the graphics on the right side of the screen showing the distribution of snow water equivalent throughout the basin over those 2 flights. So we can see not only exactly where the snow is in elevation bands, but also what part of the basin it's sitting in. In particular this year, our efforts mapping the SWE and then integrating that into the WRF hydro forecast actually showed more water in the Dolores Basin than the official forecasts were showing. Especially with that second flight in the red in that elevation profile. The managers in Dolores were pleasantly surprised that there was a good bit more water up there than they thought was there based on the snow tells having melted out early. So in this case, it still didn't fill the reservoir, but it gave them a little extra breathing room as far as managing that extremely limited resource. Over in the Conejos River in the Rio Grande, similar story with our second flight showing quite a bit lower snowpack than anticipated. Please go, there it goes. In this case though, our modeling was showing that there was even less water in the Conejos River than the official forecasts were showing, especially late season. Impacts of dust and warm temperatures with wind contributing to that quick decrease. 100,000 acre feet of water melted and ran through the gauge between April 15th and May 10th in the Conejos, which was 2/3 of the snowpack. So early, rapid snow melt, but we were able to capture an accurate picture of exactly where that snow was and remained in the basin late in the year. Moving up to Colorado River at Windy Gap, this is the first time we'd flown this basin this year, and great partnership with the USGS in the Fraser and their next generation water observing system efforts and Northern Water in the rest of the basin. And our flight on April 18th was showing a dusty snow surface and some early melt in the East Troublesome Fire in the northwest portion of the basin here. That fire scar was basically totally melted out by the time we did our second flight on May 26th, even though there had been some recent snowfall in between those flights, which you can see a little bit of in the top part of the elevation graph there. But substantial melt out throughout the basin, and an interesting picture of the different subbasins there, with the Fraser being in pretty good agreement with what the River Forecast Center was showing, and then some differences in other parts of the basin, especially Willow Creek, with the impacts of the East Troublesome Fire there. So an accurate picture of the SWE in that fire scar really helped constrain the modeling going forward there. In the Blue River, just to the south, a similar picture where between the 2 flights, there was some snow accumulation. You could see that in the 2 summary plots there, with an increase in SWE at the upper elevations. In this case, the River Forecast Center and our numbers agreed pretty well. And according to Nathan at Denver Water, he was really pleased to have that backstop and really have a confidence in the official forecast. And they were able to fill Dillon to, I think, 96% this year, even though it was a pretty low snow year. Down in the East and Taylor Rivers, funding from Lawrence Berkeley Lab and the Department of Energy with a lot of their ongoing science work in this basin, or these basins. It kind of a tale of two basins, if you will. The East River with a good amount of snowpack, including a large fraction of it remaining on the date of the second flight, May 18th. It surprised a lot of folks that there was still half the snowpack to melt there, even though 3 out of 4 snow tells in the two basins combined were melted out at this point. In the Taylor River, we were showing a lot lower SWE than any of the official forecasts were showing. That I believe is verifying right now, where we had about a 2-month lead time on that that forecast, where the official forecasts have come down to meet it in recent months. I mentioned the dust impacts on snow albedo this year. This is just a flavor of this. We have these products for all the basins as well. We can really see the impacts on snow albedo. Decreased reflectivity means that a lot more sun is going into the snowpack and melting it a lot faster and earlier than a clean snowpack would melt. So this is an important component of keeping track of the energy state and the melt of the snowpack. As I mentioned, we were producing WRF hydro forecasts in real time. This is in partnership with NCAR, getting these data into a physically based modeling system. We will have a retrospective analysis on that as soon as we tally up the April through July. So another week or so here, and we'll have some numbers coming out of that. Additionally, the River Forecast Center ran some real-time experiments ingesting ASO data into their model, and we're showing some really interesting results with different trajectories throughout the state there. Additionally, great feedback from water managers. We were producing these data in real time this year, and a bunch of interesting case studies from early warning of lower than anticipated flows, more snow than anticipated in the Dolores, confirmation of official forecasts in the blue, and then putting the official forecasts into context elsewhere. So the range of applicability of these data and the forecast produced with it continues to grow as we learn the different water management decision support situations it can help with, and as our water managers learn different ways of interpreting these data beyond just replacing or in addition to the typical official forecast timelines. So that was this year. And this all, I mentioned the water plan grant was funded a lot of these flights this year. That was produced through this CHASM stakeholder group, and I'll hand it over to Taylor Winchell from Denver Water to run through the programmatic elements there.
Thanks, Jeff. Hi, everybody. My name is Taylor Winchell. I work on climate adaptation and water resource planning at Denver Water. And today I'm going to give you an overview or a program update of the Colorado Airborne Snow Measurement Program, otherwise known as CHASM, as well as discuss the results of the report we just finished for our WSRF project. And for the presentation in general, I'll give you some background on the CHASM program, really how it came to be, talk about ASO from the water stakeholder perspective, give you some background on the motivation of why we did this WSRF project and the CHASM vision that has come out of it, give you an update on how we've been using the water plan grant funds, talk about California's ASO program that they've been developing at the state level there, as well as some next steps for CHASM. So for the background of CHASM, it really began in the halls of Summer Water Congress in 2019. Denver Water presented on the first time we used ASO in the Blue River Basin in 2019, and we had a really incredible experience with it, and it really changed how we operated Dillon Reservoir that year. And this really excited people in the audience, different stakeholders in the hallways. People were like, yeah, we want to use this data. And then all these questions arose, you know, how do we use it? How much does it cost? Where do we fly? How often can we partner? So we formed this like work group to start working through these questions. We did some just informal calls in 2019, 2020. Proud to say that these were pre-pandemic virtual meetings. We're leading the charge on that front. Honestly, I don't even know what program we used or what. Did the mic just cut off? Can you still hear me? No? Okay. Or what platforms existed back then, but we were ahead of the game. And then we realized that we really needed kind of a formal planning process to drive this forward. So that's why we applied for the WSRF grant in late 2020. And we were awarded that grant in March 2021. And that was a $45,000 grant with funding from 5 different roundtables as well as from the state. And since then, we formed a work group of over 100 members that's included folks from really all regions of the state and as many water sectors that we could get in the room. And we've been meeting monthly since April of 2021. I do want to recognize the chasm planning team here. This team has worked really hard to lead the charge in this project over the past year plus. So we have Emily Carbone from Northern Water, Ken Curtis from the Dolores Water Conservancy District, Dave Kanzer and Mike Eitel from the Colorado River District, Eric Sky and Andrew Rickert from the CWCB, myself and Larna Cates from Denver Water, Jeff Deems and Kate Birchinall from ASO, and Paige Weil from Linker. And I want to recognize that Linker was the consultant for the WSRF project as well as on the water plan grant, and they've really done a great job helping to coordinate this group and move the report forward. So why ASO? To go back to the old cliche that we love to use in the water community, because it's true, is that you can't manage what you don't measure. Also, you could put it as you can't manage well what you don't measure accurately. And here in Colorado, in the Upper Basin, we have inherent challenges in measuring Colorado's largest reservoir. So we don't have the benefit of the lower basin to go online at any given day and look up the elevation of Lake Mead and know how much water they have to work with. As Jeff said, our Lake Mead is our snowpack, and we are really not measuring that, the volume of that every year. But ASO provides us a new opportunity to do that. And so really for me, the take home at the end of the day is that ASO provides the most accurate measurement of snow water equivalent of all existing technologies. And it really allows us to measure the volume of the snowpack and then what's coming down into our system for any given year. And I like to relate it to the release of the iPhone for a couple reasons. So this is actually Steve Jobs releasing the iPhone in 2007 to the world. So for various reasons. So one, the cell phone existed for decades before this, but when the smartphone came into the picture, it unleashed this functionality that we never knew even existed. And to me, that's what ASO does for snow measurement technology. We've been measuring the snowpack for decades, even over a century. But what ASO does is it unleashes this functionality that we even now we're still learning, and we have a lot of learning to do on how it will change our operations and our management. And also, you know, I think when Steve Jobs released this iPhone, probably most of us in this room said, oh, I'm never going to get one of those things. I'll never need that. And probably most of us have one of these in our pockets today, maybe not everyone. And to me, that's kind of ASO too. Once the functionality is really realized by this community, it'll be widespread. So a bit about California's ASO program. So California has an ASO program housed within their Department of Water Resources. It's called the Airborne Remote Sensing of Snow program. And last year, they funded 31 flights for around $9.6 million. The majority of this funding came from the state. Some of it was federal dollars, and some of it was also local stakeholder dollars. And some of these flights last year, as Jeff mentioned, showed up to 50% less SWE in their watersheds than traditional estimates. And you can imagine that if you're getting something that measures the snowpack more accurately, telling you that there's 50% less SWE up there in the watershed coming down into your system than estimates that you've historically used, that's going to vastly change how you're operating your reservoirs, how you're planning your agriculture, how you're planning your rafting days, your fishing guiding days. So it has rippling impacts throughout the entire system. And I always like to turn to this quote from David Rosardo, who's the chief of snow surveys and water supply forecasting at the California DWR, and who we collaborated a lot with in this process, and I've learned from each other. And he says that having used this technology, it is hard to imagine a future without it. So a bit more on the motivation for this WSRF project. We really saw this opportunity in 2020 that up to that point, ASO flights in Colorado have added high value to water management, but had been really geographically scattered and lacked consistency around, when they were being flown, where the funding was coming from, how the data was being shared. So we developed this project goal to develop and communicate a roadmap for creating an equitable and sustainable ASO flight program in Colorado that will benefit basins statewide in a diverse group of water stakeholders. And through this process, we've developed this chasm vision, which is really broken down into 4 components here. So the first component, arguably the most important, is around water management and decision support applications. And this is really ensuring that improved snowpack measurements from ASO and then improve water supply forecasts from integrating those better snowpack measurements empower better water management decisions. And then vision 2 around hydroclimate science is ensuring that this program contributes to the advancement of watershed sciences. And we're fortunate we have multiple researchers from our great universities here in Colorado within our CHASM work group that we're working together to co-produce science for both the research and the management community with this data. And then vision 3 around program structure and cooperative management. We see the future as CHASM being co-led by CWCB staff with local stakeholders cooperating on flight decision-making and really leading the program subcommittees within this group to maintain that grassroots voice within the program. And then on the funding side, is that a sustainable CHASM program will require consistent state and/or federal funding. And notable that up to this point is local entity funding has really proven the value and the need and the want for this program, but it will not be sustainable in the long term for local entities to fund this program moving forward. So CHASM structure, this image is in your report, in your packet, and really just shows that through this process, we thought a lot about what this program structure looks like, what the subcommittees look like, how the work would get done, and who would be involved. And I'll break the subcommittees down more for you in the next slide, with just breaking off this top portion here. So again, we see that CWCB oversight at the top, and that really comes from feedback we received from our stakeholders that this program would really benefit from having that overall coordinating body. And then with contractor support, both on the coordination side and then on the actual conducting the flight side. And then also having this CHASM Stakeholder Advisory Committee, which is like the planning team that I talked about earlier, which is a more dedicated group of stakeholders from across the state moving the program forward. And then under that, these 4 subcommittees. So we'd have the Water Sector Stakeholder Group, which would be really the opportunity for any stakeholder in the state to join this group, stay involved. The Flight Planning and Logistics Committee. This committee meets weekly during the flight season to plan when and where flights happen throughout the state. The Funding and Advocacy Committee, and then the Research Integration Committee, again, to ensure that we're using this data to co-produce science. In terms of the CHASM build out, so we saw this year as kind of phase 1 of the CHASM program. We did 14 flights this year, which is the most flights that have ever been done in Colorado, a really exciting year. And then we see next year as really expanding upon this baseline that we've built and building more case studies throughout the state. We'd like to double flights next year, doing 30 flights throughout the state with 2 flights in all prepped basins. And prepped basins here means basins that have snow-free LiDAR coverage, which means you can then do a snow-on flight on that basin. And then 2024 to 2026, we'd like to get widespread adoption. Again, a doubling of flights, getting close to 64 flights a year with having 3 flights in all prep basins. And then ideally in 2026 and beyond, we get to full program build out, which is potentially, over 200 flights a year with 6 flights across all major headwater basins in the state. That again, will really just unleash this functionality in our snowpack measurement and decision-making that we can't even imagine at this point. For an update on the water plan grant. So this CHASM group was awarded a $1.9 million water plan grant in March 2022. So thank you for approving that. And I also want to recognize Northern Water as the fiscal agent on that grant and has done incredible work with the contracting and making sure that that was done in time to get these flights in the air. One notable is that this grant received 37 letters of support, including letters from 7 roundtables, which we just kept getting the feedback that that level of support is unprecedented in water management in Colorado. And there are also many entities providing letters of support in there who aren't necessarily always agreeing on the same projects, and we're really proud of that. And so this water plan grant, together with stakeholder match funding, funded 14 snow-on flights, and those are in the watersheds that are blue on that map. And as Jeff mentioned, all of those flights had wharf hydro runoff forecasting that integrated the ASO data into the runoff forecasting. And again, that was feedback from our stakeholders that, hey, you know, more accurate snowpack measurements are amazing, and it's even more amazing if we can get more accurate stream flow runoff measure forecasts. And so we were sure to integrate that in this project. This grant will also fund snow-free data work this fall. And so that's all the light orange areas that you see in this map. Approximately those areas will all be ready next year for snow-on flights because of this water plan grant. And then it's also funding further chasm coordination and data workshops with our stakeholders, and then an overall streamflow forecasting integration project where we're looking into how to integrate this ASO data into additional streamflow forecasting models. And Jeff mentioned that we also did a pilot this year with the CBRFC they produce unofficial forecasts through integrating the ASO flights. Quick comment on climate change. So as I mentioned, I work on climate adaptation for Denver Water, and really that's why I'm here talking to you today. I see this as really one of the best opportunities we have for climate adaptation in the water sector in Colorado. We have changing conditions that really require new management tools, and we cannot rely on the historical record like we used to. And really ASO provides us that tool to accurately measure what is happening now and next year and the year after that. And some next steps for CHASM. So we'll be working over the next year through 2023 to complete these water plan grant activities. We'll be exploring CWCB integration and working to establish long-term sustainable funding sources, and just a vision of what the future could look like. So as I mentioned, at the end of this year, because of the water plan grant, all areas in orange that you see on this map will be ready for snow-on flights in the future. And then we'd be looking to further expand into all those high elevation areas in green there. And then 2 final points here. One, just want to say thank you, because without CWCB support through the projects bill, through the water plan grant, through staff support, all the way back to Joe Busto, who was the early visionary for integrating ASO data at the state level. That's why we're here today. That has greatly advanced the ASO work in the state and led to the CHASM program. And really want to emphasize that continued CWCB support and leadership will be crucial for a sustainable program implementation moving forward. And just a final point that as of yesterday, we're invited to present an update on this program to the Water Resources and Agricultural Review Committee at Water Congress. We'll be doing that as well. So thank you for your time, and I think I'll pass it back to Andrew here for a couple more thoughts.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to thank both these guys a lot. You know, we brought this to you today because we wanted to prepare you guys. You know, we have all these funds. We've got funds through the projects bill. We will be coming to you guys in September for another ask through the projects bill. So we're excited about that because we really, you know, as CWCB, we really just, you know, we think this is an incredible program, and we look forward to trying to build this out to having some kind of statewide program for the entire state. I think that's pretty much what I just said here. Presenting to the board, the finance committee, and continuing to work closely with this group to refine what a statewide program would look like over the next year. And with that, I will give it to you guys for any questions.
Thanks, Andrew. Appreciate it. Great presentation. Director Boucher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Andrew, that's a sweet sport coat. So the build out in as far as CASM is concerned, I mean, is that appropriate based on how we're using data information? Is it a concern based on building into appropriate funding? I mean, are you guys satisfied with that? Because, you know, jumping from 14 flights to 214. Is that 4-year time frame necessary, or is this something that we should be getting more aggressive on based on what we're experiencing with our water resources?
I mean, I think that's a great idea to get more aggressive with it. That was kind of like, you know, our full encompassing statewide program, like the max build out. So, you know, reaching that will take a lot of effort and collaboration across the entire state. But I mean, to further the data for the statewide that's what's going to have to happen.
Thank you.
I just have a quick follow-up on that. So is the operational infrastructure ready to ramp up faster? Like, do you need additional pilots, or would that be a stressor on the company itself?
Yeah, thank you. It's certainly, we probably couldn't achieve 214 flights next year. We do have a scale out process as well. However, this is another example of where we benefit from California's ongoing operations. They are ramping things up significantly next year with talk of even getting to 10 flights for their entire snow-covered area in the state per year within a couple of years. So with that kind of forecast from the state there, we can scale to match that. And that's where Colorado would stand to benefit from that scaling as well. So there is a bit of a time lag that we need to achieve that full build out, but we're ready and planning for it.
Thank you. Director Hawkins, go ahead.
Thank you. I noticed that my colleague Ken Curtis is with us on Zoom and was wondering, Ken, if you could speak a little bit to how this worked in the Southwest Basin. I read the report and I'm familiar with the challenges, but was hoping to get your perspective.
Thanks, Director Hawkins. Absolutely. Anybody with a reservoir can really benefit from this every year. Now, we've had our challenges the last couple of years. One of the examples were two examples from recent experiences where that statistical inability to really measure the snowpack with 6 discrete points in 800 square miles hindered our operations, both for downstream releases and actual water supply forecasts in 2020. And then this year with the ASO, we were able to move our decision-making up about 30 to 45 days with the secure knowledge of a real accurate measurement. And we'll still be studying that with CBRFC and the CASM team throughout the fall. But we've benefited from these immediate flights, and I really see this as the next step to our future. I know the labs are looking at satellite technology, but I know that's a generation away. And I think this is where we need to go given our current conditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken. Thanks. Whoa, it's really loud. Thanks for giving us some insight on how it's helped your basin. Yep. Director Brody.
Thank you all for the presentation. It seems that the benefits in terms of improving forecasting are really pretty significant, which is exciting. My question is, once the state is sort of fully mapped and the model is well calibrated, do you see opportunities for efficiencies or perhaps replacing other types of forecasting and measurement that we do? Or is this really solely about just improving the forecasting, which in and of itself is pretty awesome?
Thank you. That's a very pertinent question, and one that I think we have a number of trajectories going forward with that. So we work closely with the river forecast centers, both the CBRFC and the California Nevada River Forecast Center, who also did a parallel real-time experiment this year in the Truckee-Carson basins. So they're aware of and interested in how to use these data. We work closely with the NRCS as well. They do a statistical forecast, and they're looking at getting these data into their new machine learning forecasting system that they're building out. Additionally, we see the biggest benefit in being using a physically based forecast like WRF Hydro. So in other words, representing all the different physical components of the water and energy balance across the landscape. That model is well suited to take our data kind of as is and use it as its full resolution. I think as to what the optimal future looks like, I think it's going to be running all of these tracks in parallel for a while and letting them sort out. And it may well be that there's multiple tracks depending on the set of stakeholders and operators within individual basins. We're starting to work with the Army Corps of Engineers up in the Columbia system as well, and they run their own forecast system, the HEC RMS. And we're going to work with them to get the data into that as well. So I think the biggest advantage right now is the diversity of applications. And that means that we can support any water management effort and their data needs, whether it's one SWE number for a basin or whether it's a fully built out hydrology model. And we can address all of those different trajectories.
Director Boucher.
So thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sure this is a complicated answer, but if you could simplify it, I mean, once you have your no snow LiDAR flight, what generally, how does the price of this work? Is it a per acre basis? Is it amount of hours up in the sky? How does that generally work?
Yeah, generally scales per square kilometer or square mile or whatever. It's an area relationship. There's a bunch of kind of base costs that exist to kind of get the plane in the air every year and get the data infrastructure ready. We tend to front load those onto the first flight such that that's all taken care of. And so more flights actually kind of amortize out that initial upfront cost, but the bulk of those costs scale with area. Yeah. And so, as you mentioned, the snow-free data is a critical first step in order to do this in real time. And then once that's in place, which the water plan grant has gone a significant step forward towards achieving that this year for a large portion of the state, then we are primed and ready to achieve the snow on flights in any given year.
Just one follow-up. So say that we had the no snow flights and we were up and running, roughly speaking, if we're talking about 214 flights, what's that going to cost a year? Rough numbers. No pressure.
Do you remember the numbers we had in there? It's like, I think it was 26 million was the round number that we have in the report.
Per year?
Per year.
Thank you.
This is just a question, not a decision, but would we like to see a faster, like a better summary of figures to move this quicker? Is that something that we want to see for what we would like to ask them for? Yeah, go ahead, Director Boucher.
Well, when we look at our situation, beyond what it means to all of us, take, for example, the headwater of the Colorado River this year with operations, basically low flow river through May and June, and now seeing some of the temperature crisis that we were at. And these things, what are our benefits by doing it? But I don't want to suggest that a program would be built out faster than it should be, especially based on how the data would be used. So I think inappropriate, but I am a supporter of, as fast a track as reasonably possible based on good information to move forward with snow measurement as accurately as we can do it as the state, certainly.
Yeah, that's my thinking too. If the three of you and other members of your team think that you could get us something to look at the next board meeting, so we could work with staff to see what kind of options exist. I'm just sort of spitballing here, I think is the right term, but I think we all realize the value to Coloradans across the state to make this move as fast as possible. And it's one thing that is really important that we can do as a board among all of the things that are available. This is kind of within our realm.
No, that's great news. We'll start working on that right away.
I did not make any promises in that statement, right? Okay, that would be great. Thank you. Director Anderson and.
Yeah, I got a question out of curiosity. These flights require clear skies and smooth sailing, so.
Correct, yes, clear skies. We had to postpone a lot of flights because of weather, inclement weather. So that's one of the things the flight planning committee was constantly working on during our flight season.
And Ken, I believe you had something to say.
I would just like to point out for the board, one of the exciting science uses, I believe, will be coming out from the Department of Energy from their studies up in the Upper Gunnison. I don't think it was mentioned directly, but I do know that those ASO flights covered as part of that work up there. And I think that'll be important for all of us to study when it does come out. Thank you.
Director Dutton.
Yeah, I can just speak for myself and my colleagues that the Rio Grande Basin, as you guys know, is super supportive of all this work. And I think just another thing that I'd like to add in with the September meeting is to tie back to the conversation around infrastructure dollars and Commissioner Mitchell's, Colorado River plan. And so how does this tie into additional, the ASO flights, but also tying into additional measurements on the ground, such as snow tells, snow lights, implementing all those things in concert. And, as we figured out in the Rio Grande Basin with the implementation of our new weather radar and more snow lights, and then the need for more snow tells, these ASO flights are invaluable, but they really, all the other stuff tells us how much snow has fallen. And then the ASO flights tell us where that snow's gone, how it's moved around. And so I think we really need everything, maybe not just all of our eggs in one basket. And so would encourage you guys to fast track it. You've got nothing going on, right, Andrew? So just get on it, fast track, but then also thinking about pulling in Amy's team and really a comprehensive plan would be awesome to see.
Okay, great.
Okay. And I don't know if you all have any questions for us or if you need any clarification of what we're asking. Now would be the time.
I think we're clear.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks for coming. Appreciate it. All right. We are running a little bit late, but that's okay. We're going to move to agenda item 10, Wild and Scenic Rivers Update and Fund Annual Review. Keep in mind that we do have an additional agenda item. So anything you think you can do to help us move along would be appreciated, but I don't want to rush any of the agenda items.
I can be brief. My pleasure.
Okay.
Andrew Rickert, CWCB staff for the record. Afternoon again, board. So most of this information was in your board packet. I just know that the Wild and Scenic is probably new to some of the newer board members possibly. So I just want to give a quick background and then the rest of it for the Colorado Wild and Scenic Stakeholder Group and the Lower Dolores River Working Group is a lot in your packet. If you had any questions, you can ask me. But in 2009, this board proposed the legislature establish the Wild and Scenic Rivers Fund in the amount of $400,000 out of the construction fund. That money was made available for the board and its staff to work with stakeholders in Colorado to develop protection of river dependent, what we call ORVs, outstandingly remarkable values that are identified by federal agencies. The goal is to develop protection that would be an alternative to wild and scenic designation, and in some cases to defer a finding of suitability for wild and scenic designation. Each year, the board needs to affirm that fund and is still needed to review the terms and conditions. So this is an action item. I just wanted one other thing I wanted to point out with the just kind of where we stand with financially with this group, because that's pretty much, I would think what you guys would be concerned about, the money we give them. So really over the last couple of years, they have been going down and down with the money they request. This is also in your board packet, but for funds spent for this last year was 169,000 or just over. The total encumbered is only 122,000. So they have an open PO right now for 100,000 that they haven't even touched. So I'm not even sure they're going to need to ask for money from this board for this next fiscal year 22-23. I did put an anticipating funding request in the board memo just in case some monitoring project comes up that we designate as important that we want to fund. So I just threw that in there. And the last thing I want to touch on briefly is they are trying to form an endowment fund. And there's three major participants in this endowment fund: Denver Water, Northern Water, and the River District. And it would be in a total endowment of 1.5 million. So the group is right now currently working on the incorporation process of becoming a 501c3 so that we can accept this endowment fund. So we're trying to hit the ground running. So once this last legal battle with Gross Reservoir is settled with Denver Water, that we can, once that's done, we can accept this endowment and have that money to move forward, and maybe not be going through the CWCB as much, or at least they'll have their own sustainable amount of funding for future years. And that's pretty much it, unless there's any questions.
Any questions for Andrew on Wild and Scenic?
So I'll just remind, it is an action item. Do you want me to read the staff recommendation, or?
That would be great. I'm
Sure.
lost in the packet, so I can't find it right now.
No problem. So the staff recommends that the board affirm the need and purpose of the Wild and Scenic Rivers Fund still exists and is expected to continue in the future, and affirm the existing terms and conditions for the allocation of funds from Wild and Scenic Rivers Fund are adequate without revision. And those terms and conditions are included in your board packet as well.
Any questions on the staff recommendation? Anything online? I see there's a chat. Okay, cool. All right. I would entertain a motion if someone has one. Thank you, Director Brody. And is that a second? Director Hawkins?
Absolutely.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to move staff to approve staff recommendation on agenda item 10. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please indicate your approve. Here we go. We're at the time of the day where I can't do this anymore. Okay, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please signify by saying nay. And the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, board.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to agenda item 11, Fish and Wildlife Resources Fund criteria update. Welcome, Chris.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chris Sturm for the record. Agenda item 11, a criteria update for the Fish and Wildlife Resources Fund. This statute 3761-22-2 or 122-2 for those that use that terminology often, has a very long history of confusing a lot of people. Hence my presence here to talk about an updated criteria. This is informational only, just trying to get an idea from the board about how to proceed. What I have done is taken the statute and put it into the guidance and really just use the guidance to drive potential applicants to the policies. This statute has three major sections. The way I look at it, the first section deals with state wildlife mitigation plans and how we go about getting those. That's not part of this agenda item today, but the paragraphs 2 through 4 of the statute deal with a grant program that's addressed in board policy 20. And then paragraph 5 of the statute deals with a grant program that's dealt with in board policy 15. Those are two different grant programs. Going through the guidance document, I put something unique in the contact part of it. Usually we say that potential parties are strongly encouraged to contact staff. In this case, we said they must contact staff. That's because this is incredibly difficult statute to interpret. The board policies can be difficult to interpret as well. And because it's a grant program that we really don't use that often, and we want to get a heads up about whether or not there's a state wildlife mitigation plan pending, where it is with the federal review, record of decision, et cetera. Under the contact information, I'm just going through the draft criteria here. I outlined both the grant types. Board policy 15 is one that I have a lot of experience with. And in a nutshell, this is mitigation for impacts from existing water facilities, so an existing diversion or existing pipeline. And it's really limited to applicants being the owner of that facility. So in the past, we've used this for diversion reconstructions. The board knows that we have other funding streams for that as well, that maybe are a little bit easier to access depending on the stakeholder group. And then Board Policy 20 addresses grants for mitigation activities associated with a state wildlife mitigation plan. Those may be mitigation required in that mitigation plan. There's also opportunities to do enhancement grants through it, as well as species recovery grants. So in the eligible entities portion of the guidance, I pretty much just drew upon what's in the policies. They're very specific as to who the entities can be, with the exception of species recovery grants out of Board Policy 20. There's nothing in there that I could tell that talks about an eligible entity. So I just adopted language from our water plan grants for that portion of the criteria. Again, with the match funding requirements, potential applicants are driven towards the policy themselves, which outline match funding requirements. But then the difference between cash match and in-kind match, again, is adopted from our language for the water plan grants. And then as we get into the application process, I want to thank Anna Moss for helping me out with this. We really just mirrored this off the process for the water plan grants. So with that, I'd like to open it up to the board for any questions about the policies. I'd say that Director Mitchell and myself probably have the longest history, and Kurt Russell as well, with the Fish and Wildlife Resources Fund. So the Board Policy 15 predates me, but I actually wrote Board Policy 20 with a tremendous amount of help from Eric Wilkinson, who was a board member at the time. And then we included the original guidance document was actually written by Brian Hyde, who was my predecessor.
Okay, are you ready for questions?
Yes, thank you,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Director Hawkins.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate the work on this. I noticed a number of places where this didn't look exactly like our other grant programs. So I had noted that sort of must contact, but there were things like limits on local governments that aren't in the water plan grants. So are we trying to standardize things across our grant programs, or is there something specific that local governments that do not participate in National Flood Insurance Program aren't eligible?
Thank you for that question, Director Hawkins. That has been, maybe we're not clear enough about that in our other grant programs. I don't think I can adequately address that question right now as it relates to the water plan grants. But that has been our tact with the Watershed Restoration Program, which you guys know is no longer an annual grant program. And it's been our tact with this grant program historically as well.
And I think it might be worth sort of double checking. There were some inconsistencies. The other thing that I struggled with is I know that this grant program in itself is really complicated, but the cross-referencing to the board policies made it pretty difficult to understand the grant guidance. And I also noticed that there were parts of policy 15 and 20 that were outdated. I would note that the criteria in policy 20 evaluates against the CWCB's strategic plan, which I'm assuming needs to be updated to the water plan. So is there a reason that we're using board policies here? Is that a legacy of the growth of the grant program? And is it time to just make one set of grant guidelines here?
Thank you, Director Hawkins. Historically, we have used these board policies as requests have come in from the Fish and Wildlife Resources Fund. It's not my place to make changes to the policies. I could certainly make recommendations if requested to do so. But I think that would take board action to update the board policies.
I guess my opinion is that I think an overhaul would be warranted here to just make it much easier for potential applicants to navigate through the program. I'm sorry to say that, but I found myself having to go read the policy and go back, and I found it confusing, and I'm fairly familiar with the funding source. The other thing that I would note is that there are some substantive things from the statute, such as some specific language about spending on the east and western side of the state that aren't anywhere in the criteria. So that was another flag for me that we maybe ought to look at the board policies on this one.
Understood.
I tend to agree with that. I was also confused, and it just had some things that seemed really outdated, like why bother, adding this guidance and then not updating the policies. So unless you want to get floppy disks in the mail.
Thank you, Director Brown. That's exactly why I'm here today, to discuss this program and the board policies and how the board wants to proceed
No, we really
with the Fish
appreciate
and
it.
Wildlife Resources Fund.
Yeah, and thanks. I know we went back and forth the last policy we updated, and I know Kirk had to scramble. So I think this is the right, we appreciate you bringing it to us early and getting some feedback for sure. And sorry, Kirk, for having to learn it the hard way that last time. Any other comments for Chris? Okay. Are we on a time frame that you, are we making this more difficult based on some sort of deadline you have, or is this okay?
No, but I want to come back to this board with something meaningful. So I think I need a little more direction.
Okay.
Is it the board's preference that I'm hearing that both board policies are a little outdated?
Yep.
And that's not a surprise. I read them as well, and yes, they are. Is it the board's preference that each policy be updated, or that they get combined into one board policy?
Good question.
That we get rid of the policies and just focus on grant criteria? I do want to go back to that the grants out of paragraphs 2 through 4 of the statute are very, very different than the grants out of paragraph 5. And that's why there's 2 board policies. Now, I think board policy 15 was written to address a need at the time because people were coming in trying to trigger that paragraph 5. State wildlife mitigation plans were largely ignored for a very long period of time after this statute was written. And then all of a sudden, for whatever reason that I don't remember, there was a catalyst that said, oh gosh, we have to start doing these. And so then the board created board policy 20 to address that because we were triggered for a mitigation grant.
I think just to start the conversation that this board does well with red lines where we can see what it was and where we're going. And if there's no reason for us to have 2 policies, I don't know that anyone around this table can answer the question of legitimately, can we just pull into one policy? I think that simplification is always better. So if there aren't any reasons not to do that, then that was a double negative. Sorry. If we can do that, I think we've always seemed pretty open to the simplification. And then the red lines typically seem to be the easiest way for us to look at and understand the changes throughout the documents. If that works on your end, or if you have a different way you'd like to go about it, I think we can give you that feedback at the next meeting if it's in our packet ahead of time. Anybody disagree? Or, yeah, go ahead, Director Hawkins.
I don't disagree. I think that if we're asking you, which I would support, to just move to a clear set of grant criteria that has, your recommendation on how we split out all the complications, I think it's going to be hard to redline the policies. And so I'd suggest that you just give us a new set of grant criteria.
I'm great with that. Any other comments? Go ahead, Director Boucher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chris, I was just going to see this is, being new to this board, one of those things that is playing catch up to understand everything. Do you have a recommendation on your end for the way to streamline it and make it as functional as possible?
Thanks for the question, Director Boucher. I do have a recommendation, but I'm not super savvy on board policies as far as their longevity. Do they have a sunset on them? So I'll have to visit with senior staff and our AG's office on that. But assuming that it's not a huge issue or concern to move these out of policy and address them through grant criteria, then I agree with Director Hawkins that one set of grant criteria would probably be the easiest path forward for potential grantees. That said, I would still want to have this kind of mandatory pre-meeting before accepting any applications, because like I opened this agenda item, there's a long history of people being confused about this, and that's inherent in the statute.
Thank you.
Thanks for all the input. Does anyone have any last minute comments for Chris before we move on? Any questions for us?
No questions. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thanks so much for bringing this to us. We'll move ahead to agenda item 12, American Recovery Plan Act funded programs update. And we are back on track. So good work, everyone.
Good afternoon, Anna Moss, CWCB staff for the record. And Chris and I decided to color coordinate for your last few agenda items today. So that was definitely a planned team effort here. So this item is information only, really to update the board on the status of the American Recovery Plan Act funds that were appropriated to the CWCB during the last legislative session. I was hoping to introduce you this afternoon to Michael Reagan. He is a new team member on my team. He's a budget analyst. It's a term limited position specific to helping us administer these ARPA funds. And so I'm thrilled to have him on the team, but he wasn't feeling great today, and out of an abundance of caution, probably when you're not feeling well these days, just stay away from people. So he's not able to join us, but he's working closely with myself and also with Nate Pearson, the recovery officer, and at the EDO level. And so we've got a really good team put together working on these items. And so in the memo, I outlined a little bit of the history of, these federal funds that came to the state. These are really state and local fiscal recovery funds. So Colorado got about $3.8 billion, which is a ton of money. And we were super excited to get appropriate sums. So the appropriation of that money went through an effort between the governor's office and the General Assembly. And so that appropriation gave us two different bills this last session. Senate Bill 22028, which created a groundwater compact compliance fund that received $60 million. And then we also have House Bill 221379, and that one has a fairly long title, Wildfire Prevention Watershed Restoration Funding. And that was about $15 million to the CWCB. So I'll touch on each of those just briefly and then open it up to questions if you all have any. So that Senate Bill 28, that was at $60 million. And the purpose of that really is to reduce groundwater pumping in the Rio Grande and Republican River basins. And so this one has a unique expenditure route where the Rio Grande Water Conservation District and the Republican River Water Conservation District make recommendations. So they receive applications, they make recommendations from their board that goes to Division of Water Resources. And then Division of Water Resources reviews these requests, and then those come to the CWCB to administer. So it's a little bit of a unique process. And the intent is really for the districts to provide extra incentive funding to supplement payments from federal funds. Typically it's USDA, the CREP program, or other NRCS programs. And so we are currently working on the contracting process for the 60 million right now. It's important to note that the funding didn't become available until July 1st of this year, so just a few weeks ago. As you can imagine, with federal dollars, there's a lot of steps that we need to take. And so we're working closely with the Office of the State Controller. They have very specific grant agreements that are tied to these ARPA dollars. There are additional reporting requirements we have to make sure we're in compliance with. So we're working on that. We've got draft grant agreements out to each of the districts. And so we're hoping to keep moving that process forward as quickly as we can. So I'll pause there and see if you have questions on that particular bill before I jump into the next one. Looks like we're good. All right, I'll keep rolling. So then House Bill 1379, that's the Wildfire Prevention Watershed Restoration Funding. $15 million to the construction fund. 10 million will go to watershed restoration and flood mitigation grants. And then there's 5 million in total that's really intended for capacity building to help entities apply for federal funds. And that 5 million was broken out into 2 different areas of where folks can get funding. 2.5 million will go out as direct grants to local entities so they can hire someone and help them apply for any federal dollars. And we want it to align obviously with the water plan and sort of, you know, what our mission is. The other 2.5 million is funding that we will hire a contractor or contractors through an RFP process. And then folks will come into us and really access that set of resources. And similar objective is really ultimately to apply for a federal grant. As far as the 10 million for the watershed restoration side, Chris Sturm, he's going to be really busy now that he's back to the drawing board a bit in that last item. But in September, he will be bringing criteria and guidelines before you for the 10 million for the watershed restoration. And then for your next agenda item, I have the capacity grants criteria outlined as a draft there. And so once those are approved, if today, great, we'll move forward with applications. If later, that's also fine. Really, ultimately, the next steps for me are once the guidelines are approved, I'll work with our portal developers and get applications online for the direct grants. And for the contract assistance from our side, I'm working already with the procurement team trying to get the RFP issued so we can select some contractors. But that process, just to be totally honest, does take some time. And so it's likely we probably won't have that entire process executed until early spring 2023. So there is just a timing segment there when it comes to the RFP process. So that's where we're at right now with both of those, both bills and the ARPA funding. So happy to take questions if you have any.
Questions for Anna? Seeing none, I think we're good. Thank you.
And I will jump right into agenda item 13, again, Anna Moss for the record. And I told Viola earlier, I said, I don't know why I thought agenda item 12 was going to take a lot of time. So we jumped way ahead of schedule here. So this last one is the guidelines for the technical assistance grants. And I sort of just summarized for you really, you know, the intention is to help folks apply for federal dollars because it is difficult, right? There's a lot of steps. Often entities aren't familiar with that process, all of the requirements. And so what we expect the support services to help would be with, you know, really project identification, planning, design efforts, preliminary permitting, development of estimated project costs, even navigating those federal opportunities and figuring out which is the best program to apply for, and grant writing, and really any of those steps that align with that ultimately what you need to do as an entity to get your application in. And something that I did not mention at the last item, time is of the essence on all of these ARPA funds. All of the grants must be executed by December 30th, 2024, and then spent by December 30th, 2026. So there is a little bit of a short fuse to move all of these dollars. And so for that reason, we did recommend in the criteria for these capacity grants that it would be a rolling application deadline at the director's level approval. The guidelines are generally consistent with other CWCB grant programs as far as the eligible applicants. I've got a list in there of what we think would be likely eligible tasks, but I think that we put, you know, including but not limited to, because there could be a broad set of things depending on which grant program you're applying to. We do have a matching fund requirement in there, which is 25%, again, consistent with our other programs. Half of that could be in kind. As far as evaluation criteria, this was largely based on our existing technical assistance for federal cost share, the TAF seat program, because that's a really similar program. This is a little bit unique and it's just a much more, I guess, a lot larger dollar amount ultimately. So we want to make sure that projects, align either with the water plan or a current basin implementation plan. Look to see, do they advance interstate or regional water management solutions? Are they innovative? Do they have local stakeholder support? Another layer that we added here is if there is more demand than dollars, looking at preference for disadvantaged communities. And so the criteria outlined in the guidelines is really mirrored off of what DOLA and the State Revolving Fund, how they evaluate at a first tier for disadvantaged communities. So that is population of 10,000 or less, looking at the median household income, median home value, and unemployment rate or job loss in a community. And so within the application, I linked to the maps that DOLA uses. So it's real easy for an entity to identify, yes, I do fit in this, or no, I don't. But again, that's a preference, not it's not mandatory that they for sure check that box as yes, we are to advance these funds. Let's see what else. That's really about it. I guess the only other things to note are there are specific grant agreements, again, because these are ARPA dollars. So the Office of State Controller has a unique agreement we'll have to use, and that builds in all of the additional reporting requirements. So we'll work closely with the applicants because we've got to report at the CWCB DNR side to make sure that we're in compliance, but we also then have to have any of those sub-recipients report. So we want to make sure that everyone's clear on the front end, really, what are you getting into? And we'll help them along the way with that. And then in addition, the only other difference here, because it is federal dollars, is that we do have to have monthly expenditure reports, and that is unique to the federal dollars, not to normal CWCB. So that's why that's built in there as well. But I'm happy to answer questions or take feedback if you've got suggestions on those guidelines, whatever your preference is.
Thank you, Anna. Any feedback for Anna from the board? Yes, Director Brody.
Thank you. I just had a quick question on disadvantaged communities because I believe that that definition was just updated for the state of Colorado. And so I wanted to find out, does the criteria that you've got in here reflect the revised definition? Does that apply here or does it not apply?
What I based this on was what I spoke to DOLA staff with in just the last few weeks. And
Okay.
so I don't know is the answer to your question. But I can find out for you.
Yeah, that would be good. It was my understanding is it was updated to be more inclusive with the idea of ensuring that the state actually gets to use all the money it's eligible for.
Okay.
So that'd be good.
Okay, anything else? And this is a action item. So we'll need an action. Here we go. Yep. Director Dutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Anna, thank you for all your work on this. I mean, you guys are always busy, but to mobilize and figure out ways to get these funds spent is really appreciated. So thank you for that. And with that, I would move we approve staff recommendation on agenda item 13.
Thank you. Director Hawkins with the second. Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second on agenda item 13, staff recommendation. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, please signify by saying nay. Motion carries. Thank you. And we're not quite done. We have one more agenda item, which is now 14. And that is the perpetual base fund transfer to our water supply reserve fund. Lauren, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Lauren Riss with CWCB staff. Vivian, do you have my slides? I hope. Maybe. Okay, she's working on it. So this was supposed to be heard at the end of the day yesterday, but we moved it. Oh my God. Yeah. Tomorrow. Yesterday, today, tomorrow, all blends together. Okay, so this is agenda item 20 from tomorrow, move to today. Go ahead, you can advance the slide, Vivian. Okay, so first, just a reminder about changes that we made to how we were distributing WSRF funding that we discussed at our Finance Committee meeting last September. And then I believe you all approved in November. And the effort there was really to stabilize the WSRF funding that we had new authority to appropriate directly from the perpetual base fund to the Water Supply Reserve Fund by virtue of legislation that passed Senate Bill 281. There used to be a tiering structure for how WSRF received severance tax funding, but this legislation was unique in that it gives the board quite a bit of authority in being able to authorize that transfer outside of the legislative process and outside of statute. So following on the heels of that legislation, we had discussion about distributing WSRF funding on the order of about $300,000 per basin, plus creating a PEPO grant program that would receive an equal amount for a total of about $3 million a year. And then repurposing the statewide account to really act as a reserve in an effort to stabilize that funding in times of less severance tax revenue, that we had the ability to continue to fund basin accounts at that consistent $3 million a year. We did, however, recognize that there may be occasions when we have a windfall of severance tax funding. And that slide you can see there is evidence to the fact that we could predict the future and that we're now in this really fortunate situation where we've had $88 million come into the perpetual base fund. As Dan, I think, noted in his director's report, really good news for us. But with that caveat, we said, we wanted to give the board flexibility in, reevaluating this distribution plan in times where we had the good fortune of having excess severance tax. So go ahead with the next slide, Vivian. So our proposed changes to this distribution model would be really to make good use of this windfall revenue that we're seeing this fiscal year for projects that we've heard there's really a need from both the basins and also from members of this board. So our proposal is to transfer $17 million from the perpetual base fund into the Water Supply Reserve Fund, and then to further distribute that funding by filling up all of the basin accounts to $1 million. And then reestablishing a statewide matching fund with the remaining 11.6 million, and then potentially earmarking that funding for aging infrastructure, which is the need we hear over and over again from the Basin roundtables, and then also for drought resilience projects, which is something that we've talked a lot about the need for with this board. So go ahead, Vivian. So this, I don't know if you guys can see, you guys have big screens. So this would just show the funding that would be allocated to each basin account to get each of those accounts up to 1 million. So it wouldn't be an additional 1 million per each basin account. It would be whatever funding it took to get them up to 1 million based on the existing balance. So I won't go through that, but if you have any questions, we can talk through it. Okay, next slide, Vivian. Thank you. Okay, so then for the $17 million, as I said, we would put the remaining 11.6 available for a statewide match. Go ahead, Vivian, advance it. And just for perspective, historically, and thank you to Sam Stein, who dug through all of our numbers and pulled together this information because I certainly didn't do it. Just for perspective, we looked back over the last 17 years and we've spent about $14 million on aging infrastructure projects through the statewide account from WSRF. So that equals about $800,000 a year. And at this rate, that would be about 14 and a half years worth of funding. So it's a significant amount of funding that we're proposing. And I guess I want to pause here and say, we're going to encourage basins to spend it quicker than that. I think we want to, be responsive to the concerns we hear that there isn't enough funding out there to meet the needs of aging infrastructure projects around the state. And so we need to get that funding moving. But just for perspective, that's the magnitude of what we're talking about. So go ahead, Vivian. And then looking at all projects over the past 17 years, we've funded about $65 million out of the statewide account. And so at that spending rate, we're looking at about $3.8 million, 3 years of funding at that rate. So go ahead. Okay, and so this is just looking at across the basins, the aging infrastructure projects that each basin has put funding towards between 2007 and 2021. So you can see here, and go ahead and advance it, Vivian. So you can see here the first number there under each of the bar charts is how many projects were funded out of the statewide account versus total. And you can see the basins that really put a lot of funding towards aging infrastructure projects. And that's probably not a huge surprise. And then the second line there is, back up. The second line there is just the average cost of each of those aging infrastructure projects. So I'll give you a second to look at that. And then go ahead, Vivian. Okay, and then this is compared to all WSRF projects. So there's 719 total projects, and there were 94 of those were aging infrastructure projects. So you can just see the distribution across the basins there, and then also the average cost of projects. And go ahead. So our proposed next steps, assuming the board approves the transfer of funding, we would propose to reconvene the subcommittee of the IBCC and the board members on the criterion guidelines group to evaluate any changes that would be needed to the WSRF criterion guidelines in order to earmark that funding for aging infrastructure and drought resilience projects, and then come back to the board for approval of any of those changes in September. And that would allow us to launch the first grant round by the end of this year. So this is the staff recommendation. Just today, we're asking the board to approve the transfer. And then, as I said in the previous slide, we would come back in September for any changes needed to be made to the criterion guidelines.
I think Director Phelps and Director Hawkins.
Yeah, Lauren, I have a question. I guess I was wondering with the drought resilience, how that term, I mean, if you construe it broadly enough, it's almost, it would cover most things that we do. But I didn't know if that was really the intent or if it was more narrowly focused. And I was just wondering if you could shed a little more light on that.
Sure. Yeah, we've had the same conversation internally. And I think that's where we really need the expertise of the subcommittee and the IBCC members along with board members to really think through how we define those types of projects so that we're really funding the types of things that we feel are important. So I think that is potentially a sticky conversation that we'll have with that subcommittee, and then we'll bring back to the board for discussion, probably first in finance committee, and then may have an action item in the September board meeting. But agreed, yeah.
Great, thanks. And Director Hawkins, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm in just strong support of approving this and would be happy to make the motion when discussion is over. I did want to say that I would like the WSRF committee to take a look at the split between the basins and statewide. I've shared with Lauren, I'm a little worried about the amount of sort of back and forth we've had with the roundtables, and I'm wondering if some roundtables have been holding some funding that they're about to spend. So I'd like to make sure that we aren't sort of shortchanging roundtables that are about to spend money, thinking that they're trying to sort of spend without this money. But again, just overall, this is a good idea. I'm happy to make the motion, but I would like a little more discussion on what that split between statewide and basins looks like.
If I'm hearing you correctly, not only more information on the split, but like as of when, like when the backfill would happen, right? So maybe you're looking at it as the current state of the account, and you're saying that maybe we should look at it in like a certain amount of time and then backfill, so that we're not punishing people that haven't used it. Is that?
Yeah, so my roundtable has been having funding committee meetings to try to strike the right balance of how we fund in sort of an evolving landscape. And I would say if we just looked at the status of the accounts today, it might not take into consideration roundtables that are making smart fiscal decisions based off of what they thought was available. So again, I'm not weighing
anything right now that's saying the sort of reimburse up to $1 million based off of today's account may not be the most equitable approach across the state. I don't think that affects our decision.
Sure.
today.
Yes, I'm tracking completely. I understand. That makes sense.
Great, thank you. Director Brody
Thank you.
and then Director Anderson.
My comment / question was along similar lines. I think the transfer makes a lot of sense and would be pleased to support moving that forward today in terms of how the money is used and where it can, best support kind of the greatest needs in the state. To me, that seems like if possible, it would be great to have that conversation in the Finance Committee in September. My question is, do we have that luxury or do you need the decision sooner than that?
Director Brody, are you talking about just the two project categories that I mentioned about aging infrastructure and drought resilience, that those may not track with the priorities of the board, or within those two categories?
I don't have an opinion yet as to whether those are the two most appropriate categories. And we've talked bigger picture about what should the board's process be in terms of shaping those types of strategic decisions about how to allocate funds to various categories. So I'm just wondering if we have that option of having this specific conversation in the context of that broader conversation in September. But again, I don't know if from a timing standpoint that creates a problem for.
So the action before you today is authorizing the transfer of 17 million from perpetual base to the Water Supply Reserve Fund. I think, the messaging and the conversations I think that Director Gibbs may have had with folks in the governor's office, I think have been along the lines of funding aging infrastructure and drought resilience projects. That doesn't mean I don't think that, if the board wanted to tweak that a little bit or be more specific in conversations around the criterion guidelines, that isn't still a possibility. But I can't speak for Director Gibbs or anybody in the governor's office. So
yeah, understood.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then we had Director Anderson, Director Dutton.
Thanks, Madam Chair. A couple of things. The news of this came out at the Gunnison Roundtable meeting Monday, and I would certainly volunteer to be the second on this. Celine beat me to being the first, but this really gives credence to the roundtable. So those WSR funds gives them a purpose, and what a rightful purpose in my estimation, because you got local people that know the situations on the ground and where these valuable funds ought to be spent, and what a great thing. And this windfall is just wonderful. And then certainly including the rehabilitation of our infrastructure in the statewide account is great news. And thanks for that thinking.
And Director Dutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just also want to applaud you, Lauren, and all the staff, and Director Gibbs. Thanks for your work on this. I really, really appreciate you guys moving swiftly and being creative here, because this is an incredible opportunity. And I echo Director Anderson's sentiments that this is a really, really important thing for the roundtables to maintain the good work that they're doing and their just community buy-in. And I just can't thank you guys enough, and really want to thank you for just listening to the feedback from around the state about, the need for the projects that you are proposing to prioritize here. So thank you a lot. And I'd like to third the motion.
Go ahead, Director Mitchell.
I just have to comment. It looks like we might get to take a vote on this soon. But I do think this does really show the leadership of the board, and in specific, what I was talking about this morning is really focusing on how do we get things done. But I also want to highlight the fact that we have the support from the leadership up the chain, between Director Gibbs all the way up to the governor's office, really saying that this is an important thing, that the local level process, that the exclamation point on the local level process and the benefits of that, and the support that we're seeing at that level, I think is incredibly important.
Thanks, Director Mitchell. Go ahead, Director Gibbs.
And I think we're gonna have to arm wrestle on who gets to fifth or sixth, the second motion, but I think we will all probably do it in unison, maybe. I don't know. There probably needs to be, I think Steve is the official one on second, but I just want to, thank, Lauren and CBCB staff and the time is right for this. I mentioned earlier in my update, you have water plan, you have Basin implementation plan, you have the federal infrastructure, and I remember at Water Congress last year, really hearing loud and clear that, the roundtables like really need help. And there's so much work that needs to be done. And so this money will be, it's very, very important. It'll be well spent. And, I'm really excited to have my boss weigh in too. It's not every day that the governor weighs in on topics like this, but he, shares the excitement that I think we all share of this really important funds that will do good work around the state for our water needs. So just urge you all to support it. Thanks.
Okay, well, this is, I think, the time. Director Hawkins?
I have
What a
a quick
surprise.
question.
Okay.
Is this item 20 or 14?
I jumped ahead. I tried to make it agenda item 14, but apparently it is still agenda item 20.
Well, duly noting the leadership's letter to us, which we don't get many of, I'm thrilled to make the motion to support staff recommendation on agenda item 20.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Director Anderson, thank you. Well, we have a motion and a second to support the staff recommendation on agenda item 20. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. The motion carries. Thank you. Wonderful work. So we'll now go into recess. It is 4:32 and we'll see you all tomorrow morning at 8:30. Thank you.
Recording stopped.